We are having a special meeting of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino here Thursday, February 21st, beginning our open session at 3:30 p.m. At this time, I want to set some meeting guidelines and encourage public comment, meeting comments related to this meeting. We are not addressing the other concerns of our city. Our concerns right now, and we will recognize individuals at the public comment speaker. We asked, we're going to accommodate our crowd tonight. I'm going to go ahead and instruct our staff to make available both dais speakers. And so when I call you up, you have 90 seconds. We are encouraging folks to tell us your concerns in 90 seconds or less. And we will call them up per the slip that was handed to our city clerk. Again, if this is a topic, we're asking for general comments on this particular cannabis-related issue here. And our first speaker will be Councilman Sanchez. He has a letter that he'd like to read from one of his constituents, and we'll recognize Councilman Sanchez. And we should. Why not? That's a good reason. Let's do our Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So, Councilman Sanchez, you have 90 seconds, sir. You're recognized for your constituent.
I received an email this morning, and I was asked to read this into the public record. Dear Council and Mayor Valdivia, my name is Sandra Owen Olivas. Please read into public record. On this City Council agenda, the personal information for cannabis licensees was not redacted by the City Manager's office, so needless to say, driver's license, social security numbers, and other personal information was on the Internet. And as we all know, this information is more than likely on the dark web. People's credit and personal safety is now at risk. I hold the City Manager personally responsible for this. She has now opened up the city and its taxpayers to millions and millions of dollars in lawsuits. Our city cannot afford this. Our potholes and other infrastructure is where the money needs to go, not for lawsuits brought on by City Manager's lack of management. I am asking for her resignation ASAP, or for our City Council to take action to terminate her. I understand the ramifications to the city if she is terminated, but I am sure you as the Council and Mayor understand the ramifications to the city if you continue to keep her as our City Manager. More wasted money and more crime. We will never become that great city again if this council does not take action on this matter. Sandra Owens Olivas is a resident of the First Ward.
Thank you, Councilman. Our first speaker is George Gosacati. I hope I get that right. I apologize. Yes, followed by William Shapiro, followed by Luis Maldino. So, William, if you would, not turn on your mic, but get to the speaker here, and we'll wait for you. You're on, sir, for 90 seconds.
Hi, good evening, Ms. City Council members. I'm actually in one of the locations that you guys are looking at opening a retail and growing operation. We're operating a day program for the mentally ill and people with substance abuse issues.
Sir, are you an applicant?
No.
Oh.
I operate businesses in the city of San Bernardino.
Okay.
I have about 7 commercial and residential rentals out here, and you guys are literally putting multiple location within half a mile circumference among each other, in the more nicer part of San Bernardino, with Target, you got families there, and yet you're going to be having a bunch of dispensaries operating. So I hope you guys kind of look at it and hopefully deny the applications of most of these, That's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is William Shapiro, followed by Mr. Smaldino. Mr. Smaldino, if you would, please. Mr. Shapiro, go ahead.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to address the mayor and all the members. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. I'm speaking not only for myself, but for the lawyers and for the legal community that exists along Arrowhead Avenue here in San Bernardino. In recent years, in more than recent years, we've had a tremendous differential in the character of Arrowhead Avenue. And frankly, it's going downhill. It's going downhill drastically. And I'm trying to save it. I have a building right across the street from what was the old courthouse at 432 North Arrowhead, and there's a proposal to now have a cannabis. I'm not against cannabis. I think cannabis has its place, but its place is not along Arrowhead Avenue in the center of a hub of a county. It's a county seat. We have a county building. We have the actual center of our government. It's right across the street, and it's not a place to have cannabis. In my younger years, I was a fan of cannabis. In my older years, not so much for sale. I don't want to take more than my time. I want to thank you once again. I just want to say I urge the city with regard to 472 North Arrowhead, which ironically used to be a building, a legal building. I urge you not to have that there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Louis Smaldino, and followed by Nicholas Fisher. Mr. Smaldino, you're recognized.
Thank you for allowing us to speak on this matter. I'm Lou Smaldino, and I'm the owner of the property at 493 West Orange Show Road, which is the southeast corner of Orange Show Road and East Street. It is a hard corner which is signalized and has direct access to the 215 off-ramp in Hospitality Lane. We believe this location to be the best located of all sites presented today, although it's not reflected in the appraisal. There are no impediments to this location like nearby schools, parks, or hospitals. There are no detrimental co-tenancies. The center has as co-tenants Turner's Outdoorsman, Touch of Romance, and Cashback Payday Loans. All are adult-oriented businesses which enjoy long-term tenancies and are anchored by a target center. As the owner of this property for over 30 years, we have maintained and enhanced the property as to its mechanical and cosmetics. It always looks sharp. We enjoy a reciprocal parking agreement with the Target Center, which allows almost unlimited parking for our center. Numerous points of, along with numerous points of ingress and egress. Our signage program is current and outstanding and has outstanding visibility. Has been upgraded over the years to highlight our tenant's location within the center. This location is perfect for the contemplated use. The proposed tenant, Harvest, is an experienced operator with several
Thank
stores.
you, Mr. Smaldino. Your
Thank
time
you.
is up. Nicholas Fisher. Nicholas Fisher. Nicholas Fisher. Moving on to Angelica Gomez, followed by Yesenia Gonzalez. Ms. Gomez, welcome. You're recognized for 90 seconds.
Good afternoon, dear Mayor Valdina and members of the San Bernardino City Council. The San Bernardino and Riverside County Central Labor Council represents more than 80 local unions from every sector of the labor movement, with a membership of more than 180 working women and men. We strive to better the lives of all workers and their families. I am writing this in support of the applicant, Have a Heart, to become a licensed cannabis operator in the city of San Bernardino. I am supportive of Have a Heart application because of the company's commitment to create respectful, welcoming, compassionate environment for their staff. Have a Heart has worked with the United Food and Commercial Workers UFCW to create good paying jobs with access to healthcare benefits and worker protections in many parts of the country. I am confident that Have a Heart will bring this standard to San Bernardino. Have a Heart has also engaged community organization and residents of San Bernardino to learn firsthand about the issues that are impacting our residents. Have a Heart is committed to serving the communities and staff in the areas they operate. Because of this, I am convinced that Have a Heart will help enhance the quality of life for the residents of San Bernardino. Thank you and your consideration.
I'm sorry, you're Ms. Gomez, right?
Yes, I am.
Yesenia Gonzalez. Yesenia Gonzalez, followed by Virginia Marquez. Sir, Virginia Marquez. Ms. Gonzalez, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor Valdivia and members of the council. My name is Yesenia Gonzalez, and I'm the organizing director for UFCW Local 1167. Locally, we represent 18,000 members, and nationwide, we represent 1.3 members. For years, UFCW has been leading efforts across the country and in California to make sure that cannabis workers are not left behind as the cannabis industry flourishes. With the new regulated industry, it is very important that the city of San Bernardino set high standards and make sure that the jobs that are being created with the licenses that are granted today are good quality jobs which will benefit our community. We've had the opportunity to meet with some applicants here today, and there are some applicants who we have entered into labor peace agreements, such as Nibble This, Accessible Options, the Row House, and if their licenses are granted, we are committed to working with the city and the applicants to make sure that they're good employers. Our sister local in Orange County already has contracts and works closely with Connected Cannabis, and we will do the same here if they're granted a license. And I'm here to speak in support for Have a Heart. We've worked with them throughout the country, and with them we've been able to bring contracts that provide workers good jobs, benefits, working conditions, and we are sure that they will do the same thing for San Bernardino, and San Bernardino would be very lucky to have a Heart as one of their licensed retailers.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Virginia Marquez. All right. Remember, we have two speaker, and we have some echo here. Shut off one of the microphones so we don't get the feedback, please. We're using two speaker microphones, so please, when I call you, make sure you get the empty one. Andrew Thompson, followed by Jose Chiperez. Jose Chiperez and Andrew Thompson. State your name, sir.
Jose.
Welcome. You're recognized for 90 seconds, followed by Andrew Thompson, followed by Ed Fischel. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. I'm just going to say it on the fly. I'm basically here just to, I'm located in downtown San Bernardino, right in the breezeway. I'm one of the owners at Downtown Fit Camp. There's a dispensary that's actually 3 of them right within my area. For over a year and a half, we've been working on cleaning up the area, bringing better stuff back to downtown. I personally work with Howard Friedman's. They're located, their dispensary will be, if they get granted, 475 and 479 West 4th Street. I myself, if it does happen, that will be the best place because I already know that their best interest is for downtown San Bernardino. They're not going to bring anything bad. We've already worked together to bring the breezeway just a better place. So I already know if they were to be granted anything, that would be the best ones for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew Thompson. Ed Fischel. Ed Fischel, Andrew Thompson. Moving on to Terry Welsh. Terry Welsh, followed by Joette Campbell. Would you please state your name, sir?
Terry Welsh.
Thank you. You're recognized for 90 seconds.
Thank you. Councilman, Mayor. My name is Terry Welsh. I'm a resident of the city. I'm also a fireman. I work for our neighboring city. And I'm here for Cold Creek Organtix to show support for them and Mark Estermeyer and Michelle Levitt. They're good acquaintances, friends of Mark for probably 8 years now. I speak in support of their company because I know Mark. I know Mark and the way he does business and the way he operates. He operates a high-quality business. He's a good man and a good friend to people. He's always there, and he's looking out for the community. He's been involved in this business for quite some time and understands it well and knows what it takes to actually run a good, strong business for the city of San Bernardino. And the city of San Bernardino needs good, strong businesses. This is a great opportunity for the city of San Bernardino, and I urge you guys to support the permit process.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Joette Campbell, Sam Sabazar. Go ahead, sir. You're recognized for 90 seconds. Andrew Thompson.
Seconds. Hi, I'm Andrew Thompson. I run the Little Gallery of San Bernardino down here in the Breezeway. I'm speaking on behalf of Realicor and the Friedman family. I've been working with them to help curate a civic, pardon me. I want to speak to you about them mindfully cultivating in this area, and they're demonstrating their commitment to the revitalization of this area through Viva La Boba, through myself, the Little Gallery, and through arts events that we've been putting on as a team and as a group. And so I'm voting for the Friedman family and Realicor. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ed Fischel. No, did we hear from Ed Fischel? Okay, Joette Campbell. Ms. Campbell, You're recognized. Go ahead.
Okay.
Welcome.
I'm a longtime resident, parent, grandparent in the city of San Bernardino. I am here to encourage you to approve the application from Central Avenue Nursery. If approved, the grant will split 5% of its earnings to 3 local nonprofits. I am a board member for the Home and Neighborly Services, one of the nonprofits. I've been a board member for 2 years. In that 2 years, we've stabilized the board, created a position for a staff person to assist with the routine duties, and added programs and services to our community. At-risk youth, elderly, handicapped, and veterans. Thank you, Mayor. You attended one of our forums, political forums, before you were elected. We provide weekly food service program. We house the family assistance program. We house the Project Fighting Chance. We've hosted several health and nutrition classes for parents. We've held dance and cheerleading classes for some of our at-risk youth in the community. We collaborate with Santa Claus Incorporated, Arrowhead United Way, and we provide Christmas for disadvantaged youth, and much more. As we continue to provide these services, we ask that you approve the application for Central Avenue Nursery, which in turn will allow us to increase our services to our community. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Mr. Fischel, you're recognized for 90 seconds.
Good afternoon, everybody. I have a law office across the breezeway from a gun shop, and a block or so away from each of the 3 people who have been rejected and are trying to appeal and get a cannabis license. It's a hell of a mix, gun, live ammunition and gun shop and cannabis. And it's my understanding that the Friedmans are intending to make an upscale place out of their proposal. And if one of the 3, which I am deathly afraid of, come into town, I would be in favor, or at least out of favor, with the Friedmans' proposal on 475 and 479 4th Street. Again, it's an elder law office with old people deathly afraid of being in San Bernardino altogether, let alone being in San Bernardino with a gun shop across the breezeway from us, let alone being in San Bernardino with a gun shop and cannabis in the immediate neighborhood. And all I know is the colloquial or the things that people are afraid of the element that goes into a cannabis store. I'm reassured by the Friedmans. They'd have 24/7 security, and they'd run it as an upscale and a business-like manner, and so if any of them, just them.
Thank you, Mr. Fischel. Did I say it right? Sabzar?
Sabzar.
Followed by Benito Barrios, followed by Rick Darnev. Mr. Sabzar.
Thank you, Council, and congratulations on getting us this far. My name is Sam Sabzar, and I'm here to support the Row House in their application for a cannabis retail shop. One of the things that we are hearing tonight are what we're afraid of, though, and we're not afraid of regulating, taxing cannabis businesses. So anything that I think San Bernardino might have seen in the past is a reflection of there not being adequate licensed businesses. I know the row house, I know the family that will operate the row house, and I know that it will be the type of business that they already are operating, not a cannabis business, but they're operating a business in San Bernardino very successfully. And when we regulate businesses and tax businesses, that's what we can do now that we've legalized it. So I applaud. This is where the sausage is made, and it's difficult and it's hard to go through applications and find out qualified applicants and candidates. I see a lot of qualified applicants in this room, actually, and I hope to see a lot of them succeed in San Bernardino. So I'd like to see San Bernardino succeed in implementing the Compassionate Use Act of 1996 and the will of the people in 2016. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Benito Barrios, followed by Rick Darnell, sorry.
I'll go.
Mr. Barrios. Mr. Darnell, you're here.
Yes, sir.
Go.
Thank you, Mayor.
Welcome.
And council people. My name is Rick Darnell, president of the NBA Retired Players Association. I've been working in your community about 5 years now with the youth groups. And about 4 years ago, I ran into Ryan Moreau, which is part of the Roadhouse. And he's been so fantastic, giving to us to help the kids and the youth of the community. And I just would like to recommend that to the highest degree that he's done everything that he's been asked. He runs a very professional organization with Jimmy John's. I think they're #1 in the state of San Bernardino. And I'd just like to give a reference that he's been giving back to the community for years before this all started. So I just commend him for what he's done. So I don't want to take any more of you guys' time.
Thank you, Mr. Darnell. Mr. Barrios, welcome back. Good to see you.
How's everybody doing, Mayor, Council? Didn't think I'd be coming back so soon, but I was in this middle of all this as it was happening, and I felt compelled to come and share my thoughts and opinions. I know there's a heavy burden on you guys tonight to decide who will and who will not receive a license, and I just want to give my input as far as if you guys feel, any of you guys feel that there hasn't been enough time to make that decision fairly, then ask for more time, for one. Two, there are some allegations of, how the system has been flawed. One example, somebody has never operated in this industry, but yet gets a high score on that. That doesn't make sense. I can go into more examples, but know that there's some flaws out there that maybe we need to relook at before making a decision. And if you guys are compelled to make that decision tonight, find a win-win situation. There's a lot of people looking at everything that's happening here tonight, and I feel you guys have been set up for failure. And with that comes a lot of bad news. And maybe it's time to take a pause and maybe look at it a lot more deeply than you have the time allocated. And if not, grant everybody a license tonight or temporary license, however it works out. But to find a win-win situation in everything that's being done here tonight, because we are facing a lot that's going to be coming down the pike afterwards, regardless of what way you guys go. I don't envy you guys. Wish you luck. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alan Stanley, followed by Chris Gonzalez. Alan Stanley, Chris Gonzalez, and on deck is Donald Young. Welcome, sir. State your name.
I'm Chris Gonzalez, but Alan Stanley, go first, please.
Mr. Stanley, is that you?
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you. First off, I'd like to object to being limited to 1 minute and 30 seconds of public notice at 3 minutes. I feel that's a violation of my due process rights. I'd like to put that on the record for future litigation. And I would also like to submit my written notes so that they're in the record, again, to preserve my rights. First, I would like to commend the City Council and the community for what we have done in raising San Bernardino up. Though we have quite a distance to go, there is an ember of hope, and I see a bright future. I am a property owner here within 600 feet of 3 of these locations. I own the Enterprise Building, formerly known as the Andresen Building, at 320 North East Street, and I'm in also negotiations to acquire the Heritage Building right smack in the middle of these 3 properties. I categorically object and recommend against any kind of cannabis activity in downtown San Bernardino. We have 81 square miles of city. You can put it anywhere. Downtown is a horrible place to put it for the reasons mentioned by the other attorneys and business owners here. This is not the best foot forward for the city of San Bernardino. We have residential within 600 feet. We have children within 600 feet. And I know the City Council has made exemptions to those distance requirements. We're all personally responsible for this violation of
Thank you, Mr.
Schedule
Stanley.
1, federal violation of the Schedule 1 substance.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Chris Gonzalez, you're recognized for 90
excuse
seconds.
me, where may I submit my paper?
Mr. Gonzalez, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Mr. Gonzalez. I own a mixed martial arts gym as well, right here in downtown San Bernardino. My target is at-risk youth, in which I was an at-risk youth at one time. I also teach special needs kids. So even though my gym does teach kids, I don't classify as a school, which would be qualifications to prevent this movement from occurring. I beg everybody in this council in this room to reconsider, as our downtown has already got enough challenges. We've got prostitution, homelessness,
we've got the transients, we've got lots of drug use out there. And to bring another vice into our downtown area would not be putting our best foot forward. We have 2 consulates here from 2 different countries, Mexico and Guatemala. And for people to come down to our downtown to see our beautiful buildings right next to the prostitutes and the homelessness, and then now the guys that have their pants hanging halfway down their butts, people smoking weed all crazy. It's really not the image that we want to project, especially if we've already got a bad rap as San Bernardino. You'd let people know from out of city that, hey, you're from San Bernardino, they cringe at it. You know, we're trying to bring business down here, not just to stuff one person's pockets. Who's going to be benefiting from this? San Bernardino as a city as itself, or is it those special interests? I believe it's going to be the special interests because we already have dispensaries in here in San Bernardino, and it hasn't affected us in any positive way at all.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Donald Young, followed by Stephen Sykes.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I am a San Bernardino. I was born in San Bernardino. I own the property at 263 Orange Show Lane here in San Bernardino, and I am on the board that we have for the Orange Show community right there that one of these properties is located in, and I don't think we really had enough time to really get a full impact from all the rest of the business owners. But the one thing I will bring up that is the most important is I'm actually here with my tenant, Katie, and she has leased from us for 10 years, and she runs a youth center. And I'm asking the council and mayor to uphold the local and state laws concerning youth centers, that these facilities cannabis cannot be within 600 feet clearance of any facility that is a youth center, and that the permits for Orange Show, one of them is permitted at Orange Show Lane, is 249 Orange Show Lane, which I believe is called Abud and Beyond, and the other one is 199 Hillcrest, and it's called Med Products. Both of them are within 600 feet of this youth center, and so I'm just here to request that you uphold the local and state law that states that we cannot have none of this near these youth centers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stephen Sykes, followed by Robert Mankiewicz.
My name is Steve Sykes. I'm at 268 West Orange Show Lane, close to the area that we were just discussing. I kind of agree with the other gentleman when I get this notice last week, and here we are today. I don't have time to prepare hardly anything. I wrote down a bunch of thoughts thinking about it that I've already submitted to Gigi to pass out to everybody. If you run a cannabis shop, I respect you, because you know what? There's a lot of cash in easily stealable product, and there have been places in Orange County where there's been shootouts at these locations. I work late at night. I do not own a firearm, but if they're allowed to be selling pot on my street, and I know what comes with that, I'm going to have to arm myself, go get a license for a firearm. I do not want to do that. I don't want anybody to get hurt doing that. I don't know if we can make the dispensaries hire armed guards 24 hours if you want a license. If you can't, then maybe you shouldn't do that. I want to know where the medical facilities are going to be, where we're going to take first people injured in illegal activity. And then also, if you're smoking marijuana or you're doing some other kind of drugs and you get injured, you need to have immediate, probably more medical care than we have available right now in San Bernardino. Again, I haven't had time to even research this, but this is very dangerous. And the parking lot is at 249 is right where the youth center is on our street. So I would hope you would consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Mankiewicz, followed by Dolly Dining.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Robert Mankiewicz, and I'm an advisor at CannabisLicense.com. Here today to give my strongest endorsement of my client, Ryan Rameh, an applicant and a finalist for a commercial cannabis business permit to operate as delivery service Uplift in the city of San Bernardino. I have the ongoing pleasure of assisting Ryan through this process. This has allowed me to see what a knowledgeable and genuine person he is, how dedicated he is to not only being successful in this industry, but knowing he's in it because he truly wants to help those who can benefit the most from cannabis use. I have no doubt he will be an active member of the local business community, and ultimately emerge as a leader. Selecting Ryan to receive a commercial cannabis business permit will be a wise decision and one you'll feel good about for years to come. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dolly Dining, followed by Anthony Forfa.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for letting me be here and everyone else. First time doing this, so a little bit stage fright here, but I've lived in Loma Linda for over 30 years, pretty much born and raised. I volunteer a lot of my time with Possibilities, a nonprofit organization to help challenged athletes. I'm also a trustee on the committee and volunteer my time for the Redlands Bicycle Classic. That's the 35th annual coming up March 13 to 17. Anyways, with that being said, I met Angie and Ryan for the row house that they're wanting to permit, and they've given so much of their time and love just knowing them to, with their other shop, of donating so many sandwiches for the volunteers. We have over 500 volunteers, and it's very nice what they do. Each year, they also give back to the Student Association for all the students at Loma Linda University for their lunches every year. And pretty much I'm just saying, for knowing them for 4 years, they're really loyal, honest, and have just such a great character. And I would suggest for you to think about them for their row house. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Anthony Forfa. Welcome, sir, and Ian Franklin.
Good afternoon, Council and Mayor. I've already spoken to one of these before. I've bought a house in San Bernardino in 1987, owned a business for over 20 years. I owned 1942 North High Street on the north end of San Bernardino. I had Mark Estemeyer approach me about renting the property for cannabis. To be quite honest with you, I am ex-military, zero tolerance. I have no desire for cannabis. I have no need for it. Plenty of people do. I have a very close personal friend that cannot sleep. He uses cannabis. He sleeps an hour a night unless he uses the cannabis to sleep. He gets 7 or 8 hours of sleep. My wife and I prayed about this. We were very uncomfortable with it after meeting Mark, seeing what he is, who he is, and also Michelle. Cold Creek Organics are helping people, and they're going to be a good business in the community. The property that I own is measured away from schools and churches by miles instead of feet. There are houses, but they're commercial houses, commercial property, zone commercial. So it's a good location. It only has one access in and out. So you know everybody going on that street. So I encourage you to allow them to open up their business. Thank you.
Thank you. Ian Franklin, Katie Willis, Maria Lozano. Mr. Franklin, welcome.
Hi, I'm Ian Franklin. I'm the founder and CEO of a nonprofit organization called Project Fighting Chance. We do a lot of things, but one of the major things that gets a lot of recognition is our youth amateur boxing program. We have 5 young athletes that have taken the nation by storm and represent this city with pride. I'm here in support of Ryan Myro of SB Farmer Holdings and Jimmy John's Restaurants, who has committed to partnering with us and providing us the necessary resources it takes to get these young athletes all over the country over and over again. It's become a struggle. So I'm in support of somebody that believes in our mission and vision. And I just would like to publicly say I appreciate his assistance. And also, lastly, I would like to thank you in advance, Mayor, for coming in and recognizing our athletes next week and speaking at our Center Ring Speaker Series. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. Katie Willis, followed by Maria Lozano, followed by Carmel Rowe. Ms. Willis, welcome.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Katie Willis. I'm the owner of Inland Empire Gymnastics Academy. We're located at 263 West Orange Show Lane. Born and raised here in San Bernardino. We've been in business for 15 years. 10 of those years we have lived at 263 West Orange Show Lane, and I am not here to argue the use or non-use of cannabis, but to simply ask the mayor and the city council to uphold the local and state laws which prohibit the use and the establishment of a cannabis dispensary or cultivation within 600 feet of a youth center. We are a youth center. We serve over 550 students 7 days a week in our facility. We teach gymnastics to children ages 18 months to 18 years. We bring students across the Inland Empire to our city. I keep our business in our city. I have been asked multiple times to move our business to Redlands, to move our business to Highland. I keep my business here because this is my city, and I wish to bring tax dollars into my city and to bring people into my city to show them that I love my city and support it. So I'm simply here to ask you to uphold state and local law and deny the permits both at 249 Orange Show Lane and 199 Hillcrest, which are both within 600 feet of our business. I also brought information for council members to document our status as a youth center. Thank you so much, and good luck with your decisions.
Thank you. Maria Lozano, followed by Carmel Rowe.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you for having me. Maria Lozano with Innovate. I'm a Chief Operating Officer for a PACE Center, program of all-inclusive care for the elderly. And I'm here to ask you to consider the opening of the cultivating facility for cannabis on East Park Center Circle here in San Bernardino. My concern is that we are caring for frail seniors. We have 650 participants at this point, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, in the same area, in the same industrial park. We have the Inland Regional Medical Center and Lighthouse for the Blind. It's a concern. Location is a concern, not the business itself, but the location where you're considering allowing this business to come in. And I would like to know, in the event that this is something that you're considering to approve, environmental factors, traffic, how are we going to make sure that that particular business is not going to affect the medical facilities in the same area within a mile? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lozano. Carmel Rowe, followed by James Elbert, followed by Steve Rawlings. Ms. Rowe, welcome.
Carmel Rowe, 42-year resident. I'd just like to stand up here and I'd like to say that, this has been a long time coming. However, I think we need a little more time. I've listened to the people that have spoke before me. I've been in the community, the backdoor talk, all the things. There's things that concern me, and when I think about the fact that nobody really thought about the community and the community equity partners, the little guy, that really bothers me. There's new state legislation that would actually give grant money to the city to help local residents open up these type of businesses rather than outsiders. When I look around and when I want to ask how many people who applied for a license actually physically, personally live here or really have been vested here for quite some time, I'd have to say Mrs. Wendy McCamick, and I'd have to also say that, man, I forgot who it was. There's a few, Howard Friedman. And, one of the dispensaries did reach out to me and ask me to help them bridge the gap between marijuana and the community. So I would support them, but I really would suggest that you guys deny all applications, start the process over, talk about where's the tax dollars going to go before you start approving it, actually go out and visit the locations where the people are going to have it, and actually bridge because San Bernardino itself made marijuana look bad. A lot of these things that people are concerned about are really not concerns when marijuana is done legally, but because San Bernardino has just messed this up for far too long, people have a real bad image of marijuana, and it's not really like that. I worked in a marijuana dispensary for 3 months, and the kind of people that come in are not the kind of people that you guys are talking about. Thanks.
Our next speaker is James Albert, followed by Steve Rawlings, followed by Damien Martin.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is James Albert. I'm an 18-year resident here in the city of San Bernardino, rising to speak in support of the Have a Heart applicant. I know that they're going to be committed to being good stewards for our workers. And we definitely know that we need better jobs here with living wages, health care benefits, and guaranteed workers for our younger people. And keeping in mind that the average resident here in the city of San Bernardino is 29 years old. I am 27, so I definitely have a lot of friends and family that are here in the area that would definitely benefit from businesses like Have a Heart that are committed to providing their workers living wages. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Steve Rawlings, followed by Damian Martin. Remember, we have two mics. Mr. Rawlings, welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Rawlings. I build industrial buildings for a living. I just recently completed 8 buildings totaling 164,000 square feet in Lake Elsinore and 2 buildings totaling about 50,000 square feet in Temecula, which we just closed escrow on several months ago. I'm actively looking for more industrial land here in the city of Lake Elsinore, or city of San Bernardino. My tie-in was that in the city of Lake Elsinore recently went through this exact same process. In a building that I own, there was one of the applicants there. I wanted to add that the positive economic impact of this business is significant for your city, so I applaud you for pursuing this. I know that you have quite a few applicants here this evening that you're trying to consider. I'm sure that most of them are probably good operators. I would encourage you to look very strongly at people that have a track record of having done this legally in other cities. I will speak to one individual. His name is Elliot Lewis, EEL Holdings, Connected Cannabis. He was one of the first permit recipients in the city of Long Beach to legally operate. His store is magnificent. He's got the capital and is a proven operator, and I would strongly encourage you to take that into serious consideration this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Damian Martin. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, staff. My name is Damian Martin. I'm an attorney. I'm here representing EEL Holdings. I just provided the City Council a letter. That letter provides objective statistical evidence that the Phase 3 scores were seriously flawed. The Phase 3 scoring, and particularly the local enterprise criteria, required the selection committee to essentially score those with based in the residency in San Bernardino higher. And what you'll see is when you look at the data, the actual data, and this was helped prepared by one of the other applicants, Majid Siraj, who's a doctor of pharmacy. And we both looked at it. It was pretty clear that essentially if you were from here or you had residency here or you were involved in this process leading up to this point, you were essentially punished. Your score was lower. Rather than being associated with higher scores, it was all associated with lower scores. The reason I mention this, I know you guys are being advised to kind of follow the process. I would say you could pretty much throw those Phase 3 scores out. They're not reliable. That's the most important, most highly weighted category, and it's seriously flawed. And for those that are saying, hey, we got a process, we got to follow it. What about Phase 2? Where are the Phase 2 scores at? They're not being accounted for here, even though they were required to be accounted for in the process. So you're already breaking the process. So you could do it again. This all comes down to your discretion. I know you got a really hard decision tonight. You've got 7,000 pages and only 4 days to look at it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. That concludes our public speaking, unless we have any more. Are we done? Okay. All right. We're moving on to our staff report segment. And our topic tonight is commercial cannabis business permit application, and I will look to our city manager.
Mayor, members of the council, thank you very much for the opportunity this evening. The council, let me get a little closer. I'm not in my normal seat tonight, so I'm a little discombobulated. But thank you very much for the opportunity to present before you today. As the council is aware, some time ago you took action and you adopted Chapter 5.10 of the Municipal Code, and that was ultimately submitted to the voters and passed. And it does provide a process to walk through cannabis applications. The staff's role in this process is really to provide some rankings to the City Council, and then consistent with that process that you've set forth, the Council will see this evening all of the applications that were submitted to us. There were 39 of them. And again, we'll provide the ranking order that we came up with, but all the applications are presented this evening for your approval. We'll start this evening with the staff presentation. Stephanie and Elizabeth have done a remarkable job with this process. They didn't know much about cannabis, I think, coming into it, but I think now they have a much better understanding of it. There, as the council is aware, a lot of moving parts to this. There were certainly state regulations that were changing. There were interim guidance provided to us, and then ultimately that transitioned into permanent regulations. Again, a lot of moving parts related to the city's process, but also with respect to the way that interplayed with the state regulations. So Stephanie Sanchez is going to start the presentation. Elizabeth Mora is with our Community Development Department as well. Elizabeth has a background in planning, and so again, the two ladies will walk through the presentation, and then at that point it'll be advisable that you hear from all the applicants. We would recommend that we just take them in the application order, and then of course open the discussion up for council questions. And so with that, Stephanie.
Thank you. All right, good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tonight we are here to talk to you about the Phase 4 of our commercial cannabis application process. We're going to go ahead and go over the legislation, regulations, and process, and the current review that we've been under. For our legislation background, in March of 2018, City Council adopted Ordinance 1464, which was later amended to Ordinance 1503 in October of 2018, and later was voter approved in November of 2018. April, City Council also adopted Resolution 2018-102, and that established the review criteria for the commercial cannabis applications. For our regulations and process, under Chapter 510, to operate a commercial cannabis business, the applicant must obtain a valid state license, which was a requirement in the application process. There are 6 types of cannabis permits that we can issue: for cultivation, distribution, manufacturing, microbusiness, retail, and testing. Also under Chapter 510, it currently caps the commercial cannabis business permits to 17 within the city. Also, the current procedure and guidelines provided 4 phases for the review process. Phase 1 was the application submittal and determination of eligibility. Phase 2 included an application evaluation. Phase 3 was staff interviews. And Phase 4, we're here today for our public meeting and council determination. Our Phase 1 started in May of 2018, ended at the end of June, and we took in 42 applications total. Phase 2 was completed at the beginning of August, and 29 applications were notified of their advancement into Phase 3 interviews. 13 of the applicants did not advance, and 10 appealed their Phase 2 score. In January of this year, appeals were granted, and additional Phase 3 interviews were conducted. Phase 3 occurred in 2 stages. Phase 1 included 29 applicants advancing to Phase 3. Interviews were conducted with the selection committee in October of 2018. Stage 2 included 10 applicants who advanced to Phase 3 after the city's determination of their appeal. These interviews were completed January of this year. And again, Phase 4, we're here tonight. Tonight for discussion, we have 39 applicants that are moving forward to be considered for commercial cannabis business permit. We have 18 in the retail category, 17 in microbusiness, 4 in cultivation, 2 in manufacturing, and 2 in distribution. The City Council tonight can approve a maximum of 17 permits with no more than 5 permits per license type. For our Phase 4, the applicants tonight will present on their applications. We've taken public comment. City Council will review the selection committee's Phase 3 scoring of all 39 applicants, and you will award 17 permits, again, with no more than 5 in each license type category. The City Council may also direct staff to prepare an ordinance to increase the total number of permits and/or to prepare a resolution to either adjust the distribution of permits by type or to eliminate the restriction altogether. Thank you.
All right, very good. At this time, we will call forward our applicants, and we are doing so in a manner recognized by the application received. So we will just call it in numeric order here. When I call your name, you're recognized for 3 minutes. Per the letter that you were noticed, you have 3 minutes to address the council. Our first individual group is Red Brick Industries. Red Brick Industries, followed by Washington LLC, followed by SB Pharma Holdings, Inc., the Row House. If you would, please come forward. Red Brick Industries.
Yeah, we may need to transition the public hearings.
We'll ask staff to make sure that we have them lined up and ready. Red Brick Industries, Washington LLC, and SB Pharma Holdings. If you would please make your way to the podium, and if you kind of just stand on deck, I'll recognize you. Our first speaker is Red Brick Industries. Is that you, sir? Welcome. You have 3 minutes. You're recognized, and we'll start the clock. Go ahead, sir.
Hi everyone. I'll start by introducing myself and my father here. My name is Kier Patel, Cajon High School graduate, went on to UC Merced to get a BS in mechanical engineering. I've worked in the automotive and food production industry for the past 6 years. My father owns 2 businesses currently, one in the 6th Ward, and then another restaurant in downtown LA. He's also got a construction company that's been in business for nearly 30 years. He's completed several residential and commercial projects all over Southern California. We've both called San Bernardino our home since 1999. We don't have a lot of time, so we'll just do a quick highlight of what we plan to do. We're applying for a microbusiness license. It'll incorporate a retail dispensary with a small manufacturing and distribution operation, so we will not be growing at this site. We selected a property in the 1st Ward, as shown up behind you. It's a small property for a microbusiness at 3,500 square feet, but it can be used as an efficient manufacturing hub for a small volume production facility. We selected the 1st Ward because it's got quite a bit of vacancy, and we got in touch with the landlord who happened to be willing to lease to us and also happens to be a local San Bernardino resident himself. So it's somebody that we could work with locally. And let's see. So we plan to remodel the building and upfit it with fire suppression and a new security system, basically beautify the property so that it looks much better than it is now. That particular area, if you guys are familiar with the city, will know that it's plagued with vacancy, and then at night it turns into a homeless encampment at times. There are several tents that pop up after about 8, 9 o'clock. So we plan to try to occupy a building that's not currently being used for anything. So when our business is fully operational, we plan to create about 16 to 20 jobs, depending on workload that we can provide. 3-shift manufacturing, all that stuff, we can get up to about 20 employees total. So we'll also have at least 2 guards on site, one inside the facility and one on the outside to patrol the neighborhood to help keep it quiet and to keep our property from becoming a nuisance. So we're also San Bernardino residents. So
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Our next speaker is Washington LLC, followed by SB Pharma Holdings, followed by 4th Street Dispensary. Washington LLC, welcome.
Thank you. Ben Eilenberg for Washington LLC. I'm going to spend the first portion of my time to address the process that we've gone through, and then the second to address the project. I've already spoken with the city about some of these issues, but I will point out that strangely, even though a number of the projects have been marked as being denied for zoning verification letters and being incompatible with the general plan, they seem to have been ranked quite highly for location and neighborhood compatibility by HDL during this process without an explanation. There are a number of other issues that have happened during this process, including potential Brown Act violations for the advisory committee and the fact that every appeal was granted, essentially admitting that the Phase 2 denials were incorrect. All of that said, we have 8 that don't have valid zoning verification letters and 11 that are non-compliant with the general plan and 2 that are both. Nonetheless, They were ranked quite highly for neighborhood compatibility and location. So be it. That's what we're here to deal with tonight. So the question is if the City Council decides to move forward with our project, why are we one of the projects that should be? First off, of course, we do have a valid zoning verification letter, and we are general plan compliant according to the city. But second, what we are is, I believe we are actually the largest project here within the city that is applying. We are a micro business. We are not doing cultivation. We are doing manufacturing, distribution, transportation, and we have a small company store on site, but it is not planned to be a large retail operation. We are going to be what's called a white labeling facility, where essentially we are producing products for other brands to put their labels on, similar to the San Antonio Winery in Los Angeles. Our view is that this is an industry, like any other industry, that starts at a boutique, moves into white labeling, and then eventually we see Kirkland and Walmart brand and other major brands taking over. But white labeling is the next stage, and we think that San Bernardino can be ahead of the curve on that. And the way to do that is to encourage a white labeling facility. We're 115,000 square feet. It's the former printing press for the San Bernardino Sun. We're in Ward 6. We are away from any sensitive uses. We're bordered on one side by the railroad. We plan to hire up to 50 employees with prevailing wage and full benefits. We've already spoken to the UFCW about a labor agreement should we get our permit. And we plan to make this into an excellent business for the city of San Bernardino. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker, SB Pharma Holdings, followed by 4th Street Dispensary, followed by Soka Farms. Welcome.
Hello. Am I good to go? I start? Cool. Good afternoon, everyone. Good to see you. I'd personally, honestly like to start by just saying thank you to all of you. I know this has been a really rigorous, long, especially for Stephanie, process, and I appreciate you guys hanging in there on both sides of the table. It's been tough, so I get it. I'd really like to quickly introduce my team. You guys met two of them already, Sam and Rick. But I'm Ryan Myro. I own the Jimmy John's here local. I own a couple local businesses. I work really, really hard in this community. I've employed over 250 people here in the city of San Bernardino, and I've donated over $250,000 directly into the city of San Bernardino through charities and nonprofits over the past 5 years. So very, very involved. Next to me is my dad, Joseph Myro. He's been a successful business owner and leader for the past 40 years, really knows business. My wife is behind me. You guys can come on up. You can move around a little bit so they can see you. She's in charge of all of our marketing and customer appreciation and customer service, and also all of our community outreach. So she does an enormous amount. We have so many partners because of her, like Children's Fund, Giving Children Hope, Project Fighting Chance, and honestly, a lot more. The list would go on forever. But next to her is Crystal Sanchez. She came on to my team about 5 years ago, started as a regular in-shop employee, then moved from there to assistant manager, then to assistant general manager. Now she's a general manager. She's a local citizen, and it's really good showing of hard work and determination and moving up in the world. Now, as you can tell, we did everything we could to really stack our team. Mac Bogart's our security advisor. He did security for the Obama administration, along with he's a security consultant for Netflix, and he's a security consultant for one of the largest cannabis firms in the entire country. The big thing for me is I really want to see the city succeed. And I really think it's the local guys that can get it done, because we have the local connections, and we know the nonprofits and the charities and everything that the city needs. I work here, I live here, my wife lives here, my children are going to be raised here. I really, really care about this city. So I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that it grows and prospers. Lastly, with that, I'd like to speak to the public and let you know that I have a lot of really, really vested and highly qualified people behind me and on my team, and I know you all care a lot because you're in this room right now. And I really, from the bottom of my heart, want you all to know that I care too. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 4th Street Dispensary, Soka Farms, and Empire Connect.
I'm with 4th Street Dispensary. At this point, the issue is not if we will have commercial cannabis, but who will run them. And my name is Howard Friedman, and my son is David Friedman. David and I, along with our team of business owners and business operators, have made incredible progress in the downtown area. After purchasing and restoring abandoned buildings, including the proposed dispensary building, we attracted some tenants: the downtown fitness camp, Little Gallery of San Bernardino, a barber shop, and a new boba shop which will open on March 8th. Also in the works is a Mexican seafood restaurant. We focused in an area called the Breezeway, just around the corner from the proposed dispensary, a unique pedestrian walking area between Court and 4th Street. Our revitalization is a team effort with the city, Cal State San Bernardino, Arts Connection, the Little Art Gallery, the Arts Association, and Generation Now. Developers in the area like Gian Torkin of the 5th Street Gateway Project and Alan Stanley of the Anderson Building, and too many business owners and others to name in 3 minutes, are also on board with our plan for revitalization, which is as follows: arts, culture, music, food, and history. We held 2 art walks, a historical building walk, and a community dinner. And on February 23rd, we are helping to sponsor the next Breezeway Art Walk, with over 500 people expected to attend. Among other grants in the work, the city approved a $75,000 match for a $150,000 pop culture collaborative grant. Here are the titles of some recent newspaper articles that you must have also read. Downtown San Bernardino art met with massive success. Can Downtown Fit Camp whip beleaguered San Bernardino into shape? San Bernardino Art Walk gives glimpse into one art agency's plan for downtown. Little Gallery shines light on the Inland Empire artistic talent. That is our plan for the dispensary in our buildings, like all the other buildings in the area that we own and have a relationship with. By exhibiting, participating, and sponsoring in the arts, music, food, and history to help make San Bernardino's downtown area a destination place to go, to share the rich history and culture that San Bernardino really is. Here's my final word, and this is amazing. This is a Los Angeles Arts Magazine excerpt. San Bernardino is taking the first steps to revitalize downtown by creating an art colony. Can you imagine downtown San Bernardino is now known as an art colony? It started with some passionate, this is the article continuing, it started with some passionate locals setting up shop, which led to a community meeting run by the Arts Connection to generate ideas and build support. So when you pick who, this is who we are, and these are our proven accomplishments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman. Our next speaker is Soka Farms. Welcome. Followed by Empire Connect.
Thank you, City of San Bernardino, Mayor, and Council members. My name is Matthew Abrams. To my left is Ling Gu, and to my right is Dorothy Groza, and we are Soka Farms. We are operators primarily out of Long Beach. Myself, I own a dispensary called One Love Beach Club, which was recognized by the U.S. Congress as the best dispensary in Long Beach. And Ling here is the owner and operator of Leaf and Line, which is also one of the new up-and-coming dispensaries. You can check it out on Weed Maps, Google, and Yelp for all the positive reviews. And what I'm saying is that we are operators in all sense of the word. Dorothy Groza here is our general counsel and compliance officer. She is also an expert real estate attorney with over $1 billion in retail and commercial closings. Our location is at 654 South Lincoln, which is an industrial tract off of East Waterman. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because I've heard some concern here about locations being too close to sensitive uses. Our location is away from all sensitive uses, and it's a good blend of industrial, of a light industrial, and also close to bus stops and accessible for
Mr.
all.
Abrams,
Yes.
Can we get the mic closer to your?
Oh, I apologize.
There you go.
I apologize. Once again, I was talking about our building at 654 South Lincoln. It's an excellent mix of a light industrial area that's accessible to all the community residents. And we picked this building for a specific purpose. Once again, we've heard all the sensitivities. Everyone's worried about being too close, and we hear that and we're aware of that. Our building is excellent. We won't present any concerns to our neighbors. We've already spoken to our neighbors. They have our direct contact numbers. We have a private parking lot. We plan to have 2 security guards on site full-time to ensure that our site is clean and safe. Now, the real reason we're here is to talk about our community benefits. We want to be a partner with the city of San Bernardino. Like I said, before we come out of Long Beach, we have deep connections to the city of San Bernardino. Dorothy here has been going to church here in the city for 30 years. Her family has land here in the city and lives and works here in the city. We've already identified a couple nonprofits here in the city that we're going to be working with, and we've also identified residents here in the city we're going to be hiring. We're going to have between 25 to 35 residents, all from the city of San Bernardino. We've already identified a general manager. I won't drop his name here because people might steal him. He's that good. But he lives here in the city his whole life, and he's going to be taking over and running all the general manager operations. We will be hiring, like I said, 25 to 35 people. Our dispensaries in Long Beach already work with the local UFCW and abide by all union operations, and we're going to do the same here. As soon as this meeting is over, we're going to talk to the local person, and assuming we do land a spot, we will be a union shop. All of our people will start at $13 an hour and make living wages. Within 6 months, they'll be making medical benefits and pension plans as well. And like we said, we really want to be a partner with the city. Our application identified at least 2% of gross sales will be given back to the city to nonprofits, and we're working with the city. Additionally, we plan to work with the city and the police for local drug prevention and other associated nonprofits.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Empire Connect, followed by Orange Show Cultivators, followed by Med Products.
Good evening, council, staff, mayor pro temp. My name is Christopher Henry. I represent Empire Connect. So who is Empire Connect? Well, we are experienced and responsible operators with a plan in place and ready to start your conditional use process. Empire Connect is a leader in the retail space. Just as McDonald's started here, we have a plan to become a household name. Choose Empire, not because I say so, but because we always finish first. We are the leaders in this space, and we are local. We pride ourselves in programs that give back to our neighborhoods and surrounding communities. We want to bring our world-class leadership to San Bernardino. We will establish the bar and lead by example. Our team is dedicated to ensuring the safety and security of the public and our staff. We achieve this through quarterly training and drills, as well as hiring the best security personnel money can buy. Our facilities bring a new modern look, as you can see, and edge to the city. Through our beautification package, we will revitalize the corner of Adele and Inland Center Drive. Our ability to vertically integrate our operation by utilizing our current cultivation and manufacturing facilities throughout Southern California gives us a competitive advantage to be the leader in the Inland Empire. Our commitment to the community is to provide safe access to both medicinal and recreational cannabis. In our 7,300 square foot retail facility, we will have vendors and staff educate the public on proper usage of various types of cannabis. Our compliance partners, CAP, ensures that we stay in line with the ever-changing requirements for compliance with the state. Our local hired staff will participate in community events and food drives such as sponsored Feed and Clothe the Homeless events, and Empire Connect pledges a percentage of our proceeds back to the community through various sponsorship and charities such as Wildwood Little Leagues. You are our partner, San Bernardino. We will work with you hand in hand to ensure this new industry blooms in the city. We are committed and have an important fiduciary obligation to be a good neighbor by paying it forward. Rise to a higher standard and choose Empire Connect simply because we are the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Orange Show Cultivators, Med Products, followed by Connected Cannabis.
Okay, so again, we're Orange Show cultivators, so I'll remain in line. Orange Show cultivators is our micro license. We are not only experienced operators, but very responsible, as I stated before. We pride ourselves in always finishing within the top 5 of every single city we partner with. San Bernardino, our partner, we will care for you as our own. We will achieve this through community benefit programs with sponsorships of youth programs provided by the local community churches, such as like 16th Street Seventh-day Adventist Church. We will also work with those organizations to provide food and clothing drives, as well as other charities. It is our duty to help revitalize this beautiful city. And we have accomplished this in other cities by providing living wage jobs and to foster our employees to continue to be career-driven individuals and prosperous citizens within the city. We are your asset. We are employers that not just hire, but continue to educate and continue to afford the education of our staff. Our creative design team not only develops world-class interior facilities, but extensive exterior facades revitalizing old buildings. As safety is our #1 priority, we will spare no dollar to hire the best security firms around. Compliance and safety is a very serious component in our operations, and through employee training, customer relations, we will be able to grow, manufacture, and sell the locally branded cannabis products right here in San Bernardino. Again, why choose us? Why choose Orange Show cultivators? Well, we are invested in this city. We are financially strong, and we are ready to execute a turnkey plan. Again, chose Orange Show cultivators because we will ensure the safety and security of our employees and the public, and we hire locally. Orange Show cultivators has one of the best locations within the city. We will be housed off the first exit from the 215 entering San Bernardino, directly across from the Inland Center Mall, away from residential, perfectly located on the corner of Inland Center Drive and Adele. A good neighbor, a partner, your asset to the city. Help us make San Bernardino great again by choosing Empire, by choosing Orange Show cultivators. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Med Products Group, Inc. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Richard Jackson. I am the owner of Med Products Group. I'm a resident of the city of San Bernardino. I'm a registered voter here in the city. I've been in business for over 65 years, since I was 7 years old. I'm a local businessman, a local real estate broker. I am a Vietnam-era veteran, and as an Air Force officer, I was a hospital administrator. As such, I obtained experience running large medical facilities with prescription drugs, medical records, accounting, waste management, food service, general operations, and a staff of hundreds of military personnel. I do understand medicinal facilities. I have a degree in industrial management.
1 minute, sir. Our time clock is not.
Start over again.
Please go ahead.
Okay, this is my son. He's on my staff too. He's also a veteran. My company, Med Products Group, will be a shining example of how to follow the rules and regulations. We'll pay taxes and fees to the city. We'll hire residents from the city. We'll be a model employer, paying excellent wages and provide the city with world-class service. We will value and encourage our employees to pursue their own goals. We will engage and assist the community, especially the animal shelter, homeless population, and the drug addicted. We will counsel the youth and encourage them to avoid all drugs. We will provide mentorships and intern programs for college students. We will lead the industry in providing safe, healthy, and disease-free medicines and products. Our facility will be state-of-the-art, utilizing eco-friendly lighting and equipment. We will recycle water.
Mr. Jackson.
Yes.
Our city attorney, should we handle this due to the issue of the clock? Should we?
Mine's 3 minutes.
All right. We'll allow one for 1 minute on that exception. If you please proceed, and the clock will register 1 minute.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Take two. My facility will be state-of-the-art, utilizing only eco-friendly lighting and equipment. We will recycle water and produce oxygen as a byproduct. We will have elaborate negative air pressure system that will not emit odors. We will be the ideal neighbor. We are the compliance guys. My facility is in a compliant general plan and land use area. My zoning has been verified by the city. My facility is the first in the city of San Bernardino to receive a California cannabis temporary license. In summary, I have military, medical, business, accounting, regulatory, real estate, and cannabis industry experience. I have a burning desire and the ability to operate the finest and most honorable and law-abiding cannabis business in San Bernardino. I am the owner of Med Products Group.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Connected Cannabis, followed by Central Avenue Nursery, followed by AMPM Management, Inc., Cold Creek Organics. Connected Cannabis, welcome.
Thank you, City Council and Mayor, for this opportunity to speak. 3 minutes isn't a lot of time to tell about ourselves, but we'll do our best. My name's Elliot Lewis, applicant EO Holdings, DBA Connected. I wanted to touch on a few things and kind of tie it back to the scoring. As far as the business plan and qualifications, I'm sure you guys have seen a lot of aspirational numbers, P&Ls. I assume the city did this in large part for revenue and jobs. So I kind of want to run down the revenue of our store. This is actual revenue. San Francisco, 12 million. Sacramento, 10 million. Stockton, 8 million. Both of our Long Beach stores should make about 7 million. Santa Ana is about 4 or 5 million. We're cranking off six-figure checks every quarter in Long Beach. I also have 2 stores outside of Connected. I consider myself one of the biggest taxpayers there in Long Beach. I look forward to doing the same here in San Bernardino. Also, I think an important thing is first to market. I think the history of seeing these licenses issued, half the people, won't even open after a year or two. We have a team of architects and contractors, and then we have a history of getting these things open quickly. We're well funded. In Long Beach, they gave out 35 licenses. We were 2nd, 4th, 6th, and 9th to open to this day. I think there's only 15 that are open. Also, we're going to be first to market in Bellflower. I also want to touch on a little bit like the difference between the actual renderings and the build out, right? A lot of people, they bring in pretty renderings. They look real nice. They don't cost too much to do. Come look at our build outs. We have build outs, all throughout Long Beach. We're almost done in Bellflower, remodeling down to Santa Ana. I would say that we have the actual nicest build outs that are out there. We have the experience to back that up. The other thing I kind of wanted to touch on, we've won 26 licenses around the state. I don't have time to get into, every single place. But in a merit-based system, with one exception, we've always been in the top 5. We were number 1 in Montebello. Pretty sure we've been 1 or 2 in several other jurisdictions. You can see my binder there. That's what we turned in here. It's 700 pages. It's a pretty substantial binder. Run low on time. The other thing I wanted to talk about that's really important is the union. We're partners with the UFCW, not just promising to enter into a labor agreement or a late labor peace agreement. We have 4 contracts with labor. These are contracts that have actually been renewed, that have been existing for more than a year. These are good paying jobs that we're going to bring to the city, not minimum wage jobs, healthcare, 401ks, pension, vacation days, jobs that people could be proud of that support their families. So if the reason why San Bernardino is doing this is for revenue and jobs, I would hesitate to find anybody in this field who will be able to match us in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Central Avenue Nursery, followed by AMPM Management.
We are grateful for your time and consideration. We are Central Avenue Nursery, a locally owned, qualified, experienced team. Our facility on South Allen Street is light industrial zoned. One of our partners is a businesswoman with years of cannabis industry. For over 3 years, she's owned and operated a cultivation, manufacturing, and distribution facility in Clark County, Nevada, with absolutely no complaints or violations. I'm another member of this team, a resident and successful business owner in San Bernardino for over 30 years. We respect city rules and regulations and also know how critical revenue generation is to the city's general fund. Our goal is to be a model cannabis microbusiness that will house a retail, cultivation, and distribution operation. Our intention is to cultivate and distribute to our own on-site retail operation. We feel this location is prime due to the low traffic, minimum neighborhood impact, and large building square footage. Our business model ensures that along with properly trained staff and security, we will track every plant from seed to sale. Our environmental impact reductions include recycling 80% of our water, minimizing waste, and properly filtering the facility's air so that absolutely no odor escapes. Our goal is to purchase solar within the first year. Providing proper security and safety to our employees and the community is paramount to our business plan. Our safety and security experts include retired Assistant Police Chief Richard Tack and retired federal firefighter Elliot Graham. Our extensive safety plan describes escape routes, and our electronic surveillance system include direct audible monitoring and connection to local public safety agencies. We are proud to have persuaded the city to join us in overturning the cannabis zoning monopoly Measure O, spending more than $100,000 of our partners' money challenging it in court. It was our legal argument that caused the court to set aside Measure O. Had that not occurred, the state, not the city, would be deciding who would operate cannabis businesses today. Unfortunately, the city decided to accept Measure O and defend it in court. The current voter-approved ability to collect its fair share of revenue was not possible under Measure O. Our attorneys convinced the City Council to instruct the city attorney to join us in the court challenge of Measure O. If not for those actions and the investment of Central Avenue Nursery, none of us would be here tonight, and Measure O would be the law. Moreover, it was our attorneys who informed the council that they should adopt the state mandated ordinance prior to the deadline of December 2017. In their wisdom, the council did so. Finally, City Attorney Stephen Graham sent the draft of the city's ordinance for the ballot to our attorneys. They made the necessary changes to ensure the ordinance would repeal Measure O once the voters passed it. Graham agreed and made the changes. Here we are. Due to our legal efforts to provide voter-approved revenue and due to our annually shared contribution plans to the Home of the Neighborly Service, the Assistance League of San Bernardino, and the San Bernardino Chamber of Commerce, which totals 5% of our net profits, we request the council score our application with the full 300 points for community benefits, which may amount to $50,000 to $100,000 annually for each of these nonprofits. We also hope this body weighs heavily our local enterprise ties, including our general manager, who was born and raised in San Bernardino, keeping our business local, healthy, and sustainable.
Thank you. Our next speaker, AMPM Management, Cold Creek Organtix.
Hello. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Michelle Levitt. Mark's usually the one up who speaks, and you guys are kind of used to seeing him, but I'm going to take a wheel at it today. We submitted an application that was complete, it was thorough, it was informative, but I do want to touch on a few of the bases out of that. One of the first things I want to touch on is the non-conforming residential use houses. The packets that were distributed to you guys prior to this meeting addresses this issue. Unfortunately, the homeowners had work commitments and were not able to be here today. However, those packets do include signatures on letters stating that they want us in the neighborhood, they hope to have us in the neighborhood, they realize it's going to bring security and safety to their neighborhoods. Secondly, our vision for improving the community, a city in which my business partner, Mark Estemeyer, has grown up, has lived in, and continues to live in. We plan on holding classes, educational classes in our facility, whether it be cooking classes, CBD classes, or overall wellness classes. We want to educate the community on the benefits of the cannabis and THC, of CBD. We have supported in the past and will continue to support numerous charities and organizations for the betterment of the city and community. I will be the face of the company, handling the day-to-day running of our retail location. Mark handles all the back end and the business side of it. Lastly, I would like to touch on our previous successful California compliant business we ran. We ran it for 2.5 years. We've never had any complaints. We were able to help very sick patients get their medicine that they needed through training and through education. Our demographics from our previous location were more than 40% female. Our average patient was between the ages of 39 and 45, and we only had about a 5% under the age of 30. That is not our clientele. I'd like to thank the mayor and the city council, as well as the city staff, who have worked so diligently to make this process as clean as possible. Thank you for this opportunity. Mark and I look forward to a long, beneficial relationship, not only with the city, but also with all the charities and organizations and its citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you might want to stay. You're next. AMP Management.
Okay.
Application suffix 020. So that, I would assume, would be you.
That would actually going to be Mark, because we didn't know
Okay.
that we were going to get 2 chances. So Mark's going to get him and speak a little bit to you guys.
You
Thank
were number 19, and he is number 20 for
Perfect.
reference on your sheet there.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mayor, Council, staff. You know something, I was kind of hoping to avoid this, and this is really off the cuff. I'm not going to really talk a lot about our business. I think you all know exactly how passionate I've been about this. I've been coming to meetings since Fred was on the legislative board, legislative review committee a number of years ago, 5-6 years ago, and then again was John when you were on that committee. I've been showing up to every single one of these things. My passion is not, should never be questioned about where I want to go with this industry and with what we're doing. We are very committed. AMPM, Cold Creek Organics, very, very committed to the community. I've been here for years. I'm not going anywhere. I want to make this city great again. I remember back when it was the all-American city. There is so much potential here, and I tell you what, I am encouraged by the number of applicants that have actually come before you here today, and the ones that are going to come after me here, that you have a great opportunity to really make a big difference, really a big difference. And I'm proud of the decisions that you guys are going to be making here. I know it's tough. I know it's not going to be an easy one, but I'm encouraging you to do it as quickly as possible. You know something? It's going to be a long day. Have a great day, guys. Thank you so much for everything. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. That was saved a few minutes there. We appreciate that. Our next speaker, Ash Society SB LLC, number 21, and followed by Ash Society number 22. So 21. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, San Bernardino. Hello, everyone. I am Tamika Frazier. I am the Director of Operations for Ash Society, and I'm really here just to tell you why Ash is a perfect fit for San Bernardino. It's really embedded in the name of our company, and it represents everything we stand for. You start with A. It stands for advocacy. It is a very big deal for us. It represents who we are. We stand for women empowerment and small business. Our leadership team consists of all women from varying backgrounds. We also advocate for one common goal here in San Bernardino, and that's to provide a safe, welcoming, cannabis-compliant establishment. The S in ASH stands for social equity. It's built into our business plan. I am so lucky to have grown up here and reside right here in San Bernardino. I personally know the economic challenges the city has faced, the difficulty the police have had with homelessness and crime, which is why we will only be hiring local here in San Bernardino. All of our management, all of our employees will be local. In addition to that, a portion of all of our profits will go directly to the San Bernardino Unified School District, the police department, and the fire department. H. The H in ASH is all really about health and the benefits that cannabis has on consumers. We can no longer deny the research and the positive healing effects of cannabis. The H in ASH really touches very closely to our hearts, as recently our CEO was diagnosed with a very rare cancer. However, it took us all by surprise, but we also know that cannabis can help heal her. Being the fearless leader she is, she went to chemo this morning and still made sure she was here today to be a part of this movement because it's really just that important. Which brings me to the most important part of our company, which is E, education. Our company recognizes that the San Bernardino community needs more knowledge and communication about cannabis. We want to make sure it's not off-putting, and we want to help educate consumers on any misconception about cannabis. cannabis. My executive team, who's all here today, the beautiful ladies all in the back, we are made up of so many different various backgrounds. We are made up of a team of CEOs, Fortune 500 directors, small business owners, and entrepreneurs. With this movement here in San Bernardino, as a local, I could not be more proud and excited about this opportunity and the forward thinking of the city to even be able to allow this to come into our community. The new revenue, the new opportunities that this is going to bring to our city is really amazing. We are all here today because of cannabis, which means the change is really already happening. ASHE, A-S-H-E. We are proudly a diversified, women-owned group. We have created a tailored cannabis model that's going to thrive here specifically in San Bernardino. I really hope that San Bernardino can bring a women-owned business such as ASHE to serve as a partner in this community. Since our conception, we have been awarded, I'll pause, but I have another 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. ASHE Society number 22. We'll wait for the slide. There
Given
we
the
are.
value of time, I won't take too much of your time, but since our conception, we have been awarded licenses in West Hollywood and Long Beach. So we are slowly building momentum, and we are looking forward to partnering with this city and, most importantly, in my community to help make a positive change here. Thank you so much for your time.
Our next speaker, Harvest of San Bernardino, RD San Bernardino LLC, and Harvest of San Bernardino, Steve White, number 26. Harvest of San Bernardino, right?
That's correct.
Steve White.
Well,
the
I mean,
suffix
I'm
of
not
24.
Steve White, but
Well, I'm just reading what's on the reference sheet.
yes.
Thank you. You're recognized for 3 minutes.
So my name is Megan Summers. I'm the Business Development Project Manager for Harvest. Harvest has been around for 5 years. We operate in 11 states. Regulation is our specialty. We pretty much operate only in highly regulated markets. We even opened our first state licensed, locally licensed dispensary in California in Napa as of December 30th, 2018. And we were able to open that facility within 4 months of receiving that local license. So it's incredibly important to us to not only be able to deliver what we say, but be able to deliver it quickly. We have our local partner, Steve, who's also our community relations manager. He has 5 years in the medical marijuana industry as well. And he's also the City League's soccer coach and a local business owner who will be working with the community on any concerns that they have. This property located on 493 Orange Show Road is already houses a couple. Oh, sorry. Sorry. This has been a vacant building for 12 years. Our hope is to be able to take this building that looks like it could have a lot more life in it and be able to make it a beautiful facility that is streamlined, clean, and friendly to all levels of consumers. Something Steve White has often said is, we want to almost be forgettable. We don't want to be, oh, that's the pot shop over there. We want to be, our logo doesn't have pot leaves, it doesn't have green. We want to create an inviting environment that also is focused on providing not only good customer service, but really educating consumers. We have our medical director, Dr. William Trout, who will come to the facility, offer educational seminars on the benefits of cannabis for PTSD, epilepsy, and cancer. Additionally, it's incredibly important to us as a company to make sure that we're contributing to our community. Since 2013, when Harvest was created, we have donated over $500,000 to local nonprofits in the area. And not only have we donated money, we also donate time. All of our employees have a certain amount of volunteer hours they have to give to those nonprofits. We have already committed in San Bernardino to donating both money and time to the Salvation Army of San Bernardino, Habitat for Humanity, and the Legal Aid Society of San Bernardino. Additionally, our goal is to hire 100% locally. We would be creating 25 full-time jobs. We do not create part-time jobs. We want every employee to have the opportunity to have benefits, including medical, PTO, sick time, and maternity leave. Our hourly wages start at $17 to $20 an hour, and our salaried employees start at $45,000 up to $65,000 annually. Our goal is to create long-lasting jobs.
Thank you. Our next speaker is RD San Bernardino. You're welcome to stay there, ma'am. We have either way. You're going to be next, so we just got to go in the order here. Artie San Bernardino, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Tony Torres. I'm the Public Affairs Manager for RD San Bernardino. With me here are Ryan and Darren Oganesian. They are the owners of this application. As you can see, our location is at 240 East Redlands Boulevard with easy access off the 10 freeway with the Waterman exit. That is important. We know that retail facilities thrive when there's freeway access and they're close to freeway access. R&D is a company that is the experts in the cannabis field. They currently hold licenses in the city of Linwood, in the city of Baldwin Park, in the city of Montebello, the city of Commerce, and soon in the city of Moreno Valley for a retail license. We have 18 licenses in total in Southern California that we count on. We would love to be a part of the city of San Bernardino and have a retail license in your city. We are deeply committed to the community and the residents of the city of San Bernardino to the extent that we will be providing $150,000 per year in charitable giving to the city or to those organizations for which do great work in the city. That is not uncommon for us. In every city that we operate, we donate anywhere between $50,000 to $150,000 per year to help civic life improve in the cities. We're deeply committed to safety. We have an impeccable safety record. We know that that's a very important factor with your residents. We are also going to conduct our own community outreach program so that we create a positive image for the industry and for us in particular. I'm going to be the community relations person that will be in charge of meeting with residents across the city to ensure that they know what we're doing. They will always be welcomed at our facility. We want total transparency. As it relates to job opportunities, this facility will have 20 to 25 full-time employees. We are committed to hiring locally with a starting wage of $20 per hour for our employees. We think that's a livable wage. We want to be able to support those residents in San Bernardino and their families. Lastly, we are ranked number 8 in this process. We strongly encourage the city of San Bernardino to increase the number of retail opportunities. We think this city is large enough to be able to sustain 15 to 20 retail operations, not just 5. We don't see the negative in doing that, considering that it would create tax revenue, additional job opportunities, charitable giving. I'm sure that many of the applicants that are here today are going to echo what I'm saying, and that is that they want to be community partners. They want to improve the city of San Bernardino. We don't believe that you should limit the number of licenses to 5 across the retail component. At this point, we'd like to
Thank you.
say
Your time is up.
you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Harvest of San Bernardino, followed by HAH3 LLC Have a Heart. And remember, we have 2 podiums here available. So our next speaker, if you just wait patiently for us when I call you. Okay, our next speaker up is Harvest of San Bernardino, suffix of 26.
All right, I'll try to keep it short in the interest of time. A lot of the same things apply as far as community relations go, jobs go. As someone mentioned earlier too, this is already a shopping plaza with other adult-oriented businesses, so it's a really good fit for that. I also wanted to just touch on Harvest philosophy, which is we like to have a culture of safety and security. That's a big part of every single operation that we have. In the 11 states that we've operated in, we haven't had any compliance issues. We've been able to be good neighbors and good partners to the local police, fire, city, and counties. We have John Hopper, who is helping us as far as a security consultant. He's already helped with 18 operating dispensaries in the state of California. So we value his insight to make sure we're abiding by everything we need and that we have all the safety measures in place. A lot of concerns have to do with cash handling, inventory on hand, and in our security plan, we outline all the steps that we're going to make sure that this is a safe business that doesn't negatively impact anybody within the community. And I'm going to leave it at that. I hope we get the opportunity to help the people of San Bernardino and be a positive influence.
Thank you. Our next speaker is HA3, followed by Pure Dispensaries, followed by ECS Labs.
Hi, my name is Ksenia Couture. I'm the Director of Licensing at Have a Heart, and I'm joined today with the members of our leadership team, Executives Ryan Kunkel, Tanya Johnson, Josh Udovich, and Constancio Sanchez. We are incredibly honored to be considered one of the high-scoring applicants in this permitting process. Our co-owner, Constancio, was born and raised in the city, and it's been his lifelong dream of owning a business here. And so after years of hard work, we're incredibly excited to be part of this movement to bring regulated cannabis to the community. We founded our first Have a Heart retail store in 2011, and we have seen tremendous growth across this industry. I've personally witnessed how this substance has made an impact on people, seeing children who are now able to manage their epileptic seizures, seeing people with chronic pain, anxiety, depression, really see fundamental changes in their quality of life. We've learned so many lessons along the way, almost daily, but the two things that we've learned never to compromise on are training and compliance. Employees are the foundation of any business, but especially in an industry that's impacting the health and well-being of people, training is absolutely fundamental. That's why over the years we've really refined our training program. We have training that's available to people before they even apply for jobs, and then once they're hired on, before they can interact with guests and patients, they have to do 100 online modules, get a passing score, and then we do hands-on training in our operating sites. Knowledge empowers people, and empowered people feel good about the work that they do. Just this month, Marijuana Business Daily ranked us as one of the top companies for employee retention, and that wouldn't have been possible without our employees receiving the training that they need in order to thrive in this environment. We really applaud the city for making the bold move to help reduce illicit activity by regulating cannabis use. 2/3 of the jurisdictions in California still have bans and moratoriums, and it's up to operators in cities such as this, where regulations are in place, to ensure that there's a healthy market. Responsible cities like this one are at the forefront of progress, and choosing strong commercial partners guarantees that we'll be able to work together to advance this industry. We've made it a point to work with law enforcement wherever we operate, and you'll see letters of support from cities and law enforcement agencies in the booklet that we handed out. And when we work with them, that really guarantees that we are reducing illicit drug sales, preventing diversion into the hands of minors, and we're looking forward to working with the SBPD to ensure safety for all local residents here. Unlike the other members of our leadership team, I hadn't had that much experience in San Bernardino, but I've been blown away by how open everyone is, and we're excited to be part of the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Pure Dispensaries, LLC, followed by ECS Labs.
My name is Merv Simkovitz. I was a pharmacist in South Africa. I had a chain of drugstores. Came to America about 40 years ago, started my head office in San Bernardino. I've built 1.5 million plus square feet of commercial real estate in this town. We have the most incredible location on the corner of Hunts Lane and Redlands Boulevard. We have freeway pole signs that can be seen from the 215 and the 50 and the 10 freeway. Easy access of Waterman South. So our location is probably the best in the whole city. The most important thing, though, from my perspective, is that we will be offering this city a lot of opportunity as it relates to young kids coming into this community and doing internship. We intend to employ about 70 people. My partner is Bruce Cavano.
Yeah, my name's Bruce Cavano. I'm a longtime resident in the Inland Empire. My background is in healthcare, medical device sales, so I'm very familiar with a highly regulated, compliance-driven business. We're going to run our business clean, efficient. We're working with a software company that's developed software that's going to ensure that. It's going to be very tight in terms of cash control. And what we're doing with the location Merv detailed, there's going to be a lot of traffic coming through San Bernardino, has been, always will be, going to Palm Springs, Las Vegas, Big Bear, or whatever. We intend to capture that traffic, get people in and out clean, quick, and efficient with good products. And we're gonna hire top quality people. We're going to invest in our people. We're going to train them. We'll give people who have had, a tough go with prior cannabis issues a second chance if they want to come in and get to work for a company that wants to help give back to the city of San Bernardino. We've got a number of charities that are listed throughout our applications. One in particular that's near and dear to my heart is the First Tee of the Inland Empire, which is based in San Bernardino. Dave Stockton, J.T. Visbal. It goes to the youth, developing them. We just raised $80,000 on Monday in a golf tournament that's going to go back to teaching core values for life for the youth focused on San Bernardino. So.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that we're number 2 as it relates to the 39. We're number 1 as it relates to retail. We have an application in there as well for distribution. We put that application in late because I checked the wrong box. I checked delivery instead of distribution. However, we were told to bring the application to this phase 3, which we have done, and I encourage you to include that in our approval.
Thank you. Our next speaker is ECS Labs.
Mayor Valdivia, Mayor Pro Tem Richard, council members Ibarra, Mulvihill, Shorett, Nickel, and Sanchez. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to present ECS Labs, a pharmaceutical startup with unmatched professional and business qualifications, ready to enter into a win-win partnership with the city of San Bernardino. I also want to thank the other 38 applicants whose hard work and amazing journey was published in the 7,441-page agenda packet, which I'm certain is the largest agenda packet ever. I read all of it. My name is Dr. Siraj, and I'm joined today here with my wife was supposed to be here, so I'll introduce her anyway, with Robin Siraj, who is faculty at San Bernardino Valley College, and Dr. Ron Moore, PharmD as well, who's the Director of Pediatric Pharmacy Services at Loma Linda Medical Center. Whom I've worked with for 13 years side by side. Pharmacists are truly the unsung heroes of hospitals. And he has written a letter of recommendation on my behalf, which is in the packet. There's a compelling story behind ECS Labs. As a micro-business, ECS Labs is a pharmaceutical manufacturer, a pharmaceutical distributor, and a cannabis pharmacy, all wrapped up into a one vertically integrated business. With the commoditization and oversupply of cannabis biomass available in the marketplace, we have no cultivation plans. Our core competency is product development and manufacturing. We believe the largest driver of revenue will be the manufacturing and distribution arm of our business. Here are the top 10 reasons why ECS Labs deserves a micro-business here in the city of San Bernardino. Number 10, we're a local enterprise and have been a fabric of this community for 30 years. We meet all the zoning and city's general plan requirements. We bring 20 years of pharmaceutical and business experience. We have a portfolio of branded and proprietary pharmaceutical products such as Migrex, Epilex, Cannabinase, Extend, Sativan, and Neurogel. As a pharmacist, I bring unique perspective in the administration of medical cannabis. Dispensing medical cannabis is akin to a pharmacy dispensing prescription medications. We have established a partnership with local physicians and potentially with UC medical centers that are now receiving grant money. We're not a cannabis company. We're a pharmaceutical company that uses cannabis as an active pharmaceutical ingredient, similar to other pharmaceutical companies that use THC oral solution that generate about $200 million a year. Number 2, we are manufactured in San Bernardino, but hopefully dispensed in far reaches of California. Number 1, we're an outlier. We think differently. We're serious about our work. We are research-driven. We innovate. We strive for excellence. We're adaptive. We're resilient. We challenge ourselves to think big. As Einstein said, I have no special talent. I'm only passionately curious. ECS Labs would love to start this journey with you here in San Bernardino. Thank you.
Mr. Siraj, I use that quote a lot.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We've been at halfway point. We'll take a 10-minute break. We'll ask and encourage our council members to return to their desk at about 5:32, if I'm looking at my clock right. 10-minute break. We'll have staff go look for our council members.
No problem. That's my fault.
We'll hold just a few seconds until we get our quorum back. And we are going to start and proceed. We are at ECS Labs, is that right?
No, alphabetic.
Well, what do I know, huh? Alphametic, followed by nibble this, followed by nibble this. You're on.
Hello, City Council members and City Mayor. My name is Jacob Moore. I'm the CFO of Alphametic LLC. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to stand in our city's chambers and present ourselves as you evaluate which applicants will best serve the community. Our proposed location is at 433 North Hallmark Parkway. We've applied for a micro business permit for cultivation, distribution, and retail. We have an excellent location in Ward 6. The site itself is easily accessible from the freeway, public transit, and we have plenty of parking. It is our opinion that a well-designed cannabis ordinance, along with the right operators, ought to ensure San Bernardino's success in its efforts to truly benefit the local community. We hope you consider us the right operators. We are extremely experienced. We began our brand Alphametic in 2011, and we've earned 18 awards for genetics we have cultivated and the level of service we've offered to our members. We've also received a letter of approval under the San Bernardino Measure O in 2018. Aside from our experience, we are proud locals, born and raised. We care about our city and are committed to ensuring that we operate in the full compliance with the city and state regulations. We intend to become major tax contributors and support the institutions that have supported us. It would be an honor to give back to our local school systems, the fire department, and police department. I grew up in the school system here, and I want our youth to thrive. I was 13 in 2003 when I lost my home off of Del Rosa Avenue in the old fires. I vividly recall the fires coming over the foothills of San Bernardino and the firemen assisting with evacuations. And if not for the police department, I may have lost my uncle Patrick Bakari in the 2015 San Bernardino terrorist attack. He was in the restrooms when the first shots were fired and had bullets strike the paper towel dispenser he was using. The community in each of these events came together to support, remember the lost citizens, clean up the rubble, and rebuild together. San Bernardino has taught me that I'm part of a great community. These experiences have shaped my resolve to give back and hoping our business can contribute in the same way. We'll take advantage of San Bernardino's excellent geographic location by drawing revenue from outside the municipality through our distribution and cultivation operations. We will operate a modeled retail dispensary that addresses the needs of the community members. We appreciate your consideration and respectfully request that you grant us a limited license to operate in the city of San Bernardino. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nibble This, followed by Nibble This, and followed by Jiva Life. Welcome, Nibble This.
Hi, my name is Raquel Orihel from Nibble This, majority stakeholder of Nibble with my partner, Kate Bilo, and Adam, our operator. I first would like to thank you for your time and consideration and your presence. And I'm super nervous, so excuse my cracking voice. First of all, I'd like to say that our scores speak for themselves. On Phase 2, we scored 87.93. On Phase 3, we scored 84.85 and 84.75, ranking number 9 and number 10. We have consistently scored high throughout the process. Our scores show our alignment with the City of San Bernardino to introduce cannabis in a fiscally, morally, and responsible manner. Our scores also speak to our experience in business and entrepreneurship, my experience personally in Fortune 500 companies as an executive, as a leader, and as an auditor for Deloitte, fully understanding compliance in industries. As a female minority-owned business that came from extreme poverty, where food was a basic need that was not always met, I am here to serve the community and fully committed in serving. We have donated and contacted Veronica's Home of Mercy and are committed to continuing to work with other nonprofits. Having spent most of my adult life in Inland Empire and member of the National Latina Association, we are fully committed to hiring locally and hiring with full benefits and wages. We have a fully signed and executed contract with UFCW. And as a member of conscious entrepreneurship, I see it as a moral responsibility to do business and pay it forward. I'm done with my time. Thank you, and I ask council to approve our licenses.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nibble This, and it's application suffix number 32, and we welcome you.
And Mr. Mayor, if we could make one correction.
Thank you. Hold on just a moment, please.
Sure.
The city manager.
We just want to make one correction. We noticed an error related to their application and some of the documents you have, and so Stephanie just wanted to correct that before they make their presentation.
Just very quickly, on the application summary sheet under the zoning land use designation, we have them listed as University Business Park 2. That's a typo on our end, and it should be University Business Park 1, which makes them general plan land use compliant for that location.
And so the corresponding column, general plan land use, instead of no, should be yes. Council members, please make that note to their sheet.
Just for this location.
And that's suffix 32, right?
Correct.
If council members please update their sheet and.
The other nibble, that remains.
The first nibble is correct. The second one, please change that it is compliant.
Right. All right. Welcome, Nibble This, suffix number 32. Please proceed.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, and staff. My name is Adam Hijazi. I'm here as the operator for Nibble This. Thank you for allowing us to speak. As an advocate for safe access to cannabis and the chair of the Long Beach Collective Association, I have been working in the legal cannabis space for the last 10 years, emphasizing in best practice policies and the organic integration of legal facilities in the communities we serve. We currently operate 5 retail locations with various other type licenses for vertical integration on the way. One of the biggest hurdles to overcome in the industry was the perception of the cannabis industry and its potential operators. Knowing this issue, we've proactively developed standards that would help educate and be transparent to all stakeholders, the city, and the community. Standards like financial and tax proficiency, state-of-the-art design and layout, compliance with regulations, third-party security company with law enforcement background, tasteful and legal advertising in accordance with law and above, community engagement and education, community liaison to help bridge communication and troubleshoot in real time concerns that might arise from the community. Also, a labor relations plan. For our labor relations plan, we have partnered with the United Food and Commercial Workers for the last 3 years in advancing good labor practices. With a stronger and better trained workforce, we are, and partnering with UFCW, we have been able to change some of these perceptions regarding the industry, highlighting local jobs and training programs to get San Bernardino residents access to good-paying jobs and benefits. Our management team will consist of compliance, human resource, quality managers. Also, we have an in-house financial controller, as well as a community and education director. We strongly believe that if granted the opportunity in the city of San Bernardino, we will make the community and stakeholders proud of our operations. We are real operators and real people that care for the industry, for the city, and thank you very much for listening to us.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Jiva Life, followed by Luke LLC, followed by RZN Head Inc. Welcome.
Harveer is providing you a current copy profile, company profile for you to view as I briefly introduce and share our company ethos. He is also the property owner and our prospective local general manager as he resides here in San Bernardino County. Jiva was assembled with the focus on creating a diverse and accomplished group of progressive professionals to develop a boutique commercial cannabis business brand. The organizational structure features 5 levels: executive management, an advisory board, a consultant council, local third-party vendors, and local hires as employees and staff. Jiva has 20 years of collective management experience in the retail cannabis space. In addition to myself, our retail operations director and retail strategy advisor are seasoned operators in the cities of Los Angeles and Seattle. Jiva is dedicated in its mission to ensure that the sale of cannabis is conducted in a safe and secure manner to protect the welfare of the community while demonstrating transparency with San Bernardino and the state. In alignment with that vision, compliance is paramount. Our compliance advisor will certify that we are kept apprised of any new local or state regulations affecting operations and monitor its adoption into our SOPs. In regards to security, Jiva implements 3 levels of preliminary checks: company plans, which are then verified by Jiva's security consultant, a former San Jose police lieutenant, and then confirmation of those plans by a SBPD representative. Our security goal is simple: ensure the public safety, secure staff and employees within the facility, and to protect the premises from theft. Jiva is committed to having a positive impact through employment for residents, community contributions, economic incentives. We want to provide these contributions through educational programs and partnerships. Jiva will strive to advance San Bernardino as a community in which to live, work, and thrive sustainably. Jiva will partner with nonprofit organizations and provide support and financing for worthwhile projects, including volunteering hours. Associations tackling issues as hunger, low-income opportunities, education, youth development, the environment, and public services will be our primary focus. Stimulating economic prosperity with up to 5% of profits allocated towards charitable contributions is part of our community engagement protocol. In addition, Jiva's medical-first approach will safely introduce consumers to evolving cannabis products. Additionally, part of the local enterprise and labor practices include creating 20-plus jobs with local hires and providing employees with generous compensation and benefits. Our focus as a dispensary operator is to provide an enhanced retail experience. This starts with a park-to-purchase focus that enables customers to enjoy a seamless and efficient process to obtain cannabis products. In conclusion, Jiva stresses preparation, and we are ready. We anticipate a 5-month turnaround to be operational. We have secured locally sourced third-party vendors from the county and city to provide electronic security and surveillance, physical on-site security guards, fire and life safety inspection, an environmental mitigation specialist, an in-house air quality control specialist, labor and employment representatives to generate a labor peace agreement, and a cash management, including armored car service.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Luke LLC, followed by RZN Head. We have something to distribute.
Hello, Mayor Valdivia and the members of the San Bernardino City Council. My name is Leon Alexander, and I'm an attorney and also compliance officer for Organtix. I'm here with the owners, Ray and Nick D'Angelo. And one thing I want to let you know, first and foremost, Ray D'Angelo, for the past 22 years, has invested $4.6 million in the city of San Bernardino. He purchased at 2552 Shenandoah Avenue, Ward 6, a 144,000 square foot industrial facility. We feel we are the largest cannabis license applicant for the facility. In that, I should tell you the experience of Organtix is that they have 2 commercial licenses in Adelanto with 2 facilities, and then one in Costa Mesa, totaling 130,000 square feet of commercial cannabis license. The photographs are in your packets there. Most important, we're here to bring value and add value. We intend and we forecast at least 100 jobs at our facility because we have a huge facility. Furthermore, one of the major reasons is the tax revenue generated. You'll notice in your packet that we intend to generate approximately $15 million in tax revenue for the city of San Bernardino. With that being said, I should tell you our experience is that we received Cannabis Shop of the Year in 2014. We're co-founders of the Adelanto Growers Association, and Best Cannabis Delivery, voted Best Cannabis Delivery. In the meantime, we're honored to have high scores in the experience and location and security, where we scored at 87%, and we're 7th overall at 86%. We are not fly-by-night. We've been here for 22 years. We intend to add value. One thing that the council should recognize is that the infrastructure in these licenses are important, and that the utilities, the power requires a great deal of financial background. You'll notice in the packet, Mr. D'Angelo has the financial wherewithal to provide for this. And with that, I'll provide Nick with what we do for the community.
Thank you, Leon. Hello, Mayor, council members, and staff members. One of the benefits we are excited to offer is a proven track record of community involvement in cities we have worked in. In the city of Adelanto alone, we have had the opportunity to feed literally thousands of homeless and low-income residents through multiple food drives that we partnered with the mayor and local charities on. In San Bernardino, we will continue this tradition and coordinate with local charitable organizations to offer solutions the community needs. In addition to food drives and working with charities, we believe the biggest impact we can make is increased employment. In San Bernardino, we plan to hire 100 local residents for our Shenandoah project. In closing, between our award-winning experience, financial wherewithal, and significant community involvement, we are confident Organtix Orchards will be a significant benefit to San Bernardino. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Raisin Head, or RZN Head, HC Club, Accessible Options. And before you speak, sir, why don't we do this? Because we have a lot of chatter in the lobby area, so we're going to ask either we close the doors or somehow we don't want to interrupt your conversation, but we are trying to run a business meeting and conduct city council issues. So if we close the doors, please. Oh, do they lock? Well, or the chatter needs to kind of quiet, please. We want to hear our applicants, and we appreciate our public. RZN Head, HC Club, Accessible Options. RZN Head, you're recognized, sir, for 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. Let me clarify that we are DBA Cookies California. We are the licensed operator for Cookies Cannabis, and it is our great pride to present Cookies Cannabis to the city of San Bernardino. We'd also like to commend the mayor and the entire city council for supporting this landmark decision to reinvigorate a vibrant and dynamic San Bernardino community. Cookies' mission is to create in San Bernardino the highest class retail cannabis experience through strength of our globally recognized and industry-leading brand, providing the highest quality products and unmatched industry experience in a safe and legally compliant cannabis store. With origins of over 15 years ago in the heart of San Francisco, the Cookies lifestyle brand has become synonymous globally as one of the most recognized and often the most single sought-after exclusive cannabis and cannabis lifestyle products. But most important, how does this decision translate into positive effect for the city of San Bernardino? Fact, Mr. Mayor, Cookies Los Angeles, LA's first licensed adult-use medical and recreational microbusiness in the city of Maywood, California, established January 16, 2018. As of year-end 2018, Cookies LA has contributed excess of $2 million in tax revenue to the state of California. Combined with the opening of our Cookies Melrose retail location in October of last year, we have exceeded over 115,000 compliant transactions. We are tracking to exceed over $4 million in state revenue in 2019. But more important is your knowledge that we have contributed over $500,000 to the city of Maywood. Since our inception, we have partnered with the city to support its annual Thanksgiving donations, our annual children's Christmas donations for the disadvantaged, donations to numerous local foundations, including the Maywood Kodiak's champion wheelchair basketball team, and for the first time, a celebrated Christmas tree erected in front of City Hall for the past 2 years running. Cookies San Bernardino, designed in our owned and operated 16,000-foot facility with over 40 parking spots, already verified zone compliant, will meet and exceed these same expectations. Fact, revenue generation translates into job creation, and the more San Bernardino revenue, the more jobs. Our vertically integrated microbusiness model requires staffing of retail, manufacturing, cultivation, distribution. We are committed to hiring only local residents, backed by a plan to provide a basic wage of 150% of the minimum wage. This committed, with added staffing of locally sourced security personnel, will generate a wealth of local revenue, lasting professions of over 85 full-time people, all in addition to our commitment to remit an additional 5% of our revenue to nonprofits. The addition of Cookies Apparel is more diversified income. We strongly encourage the City Council to review our application to learn more about the specifics about what in particular makes the Cookies brand a successful partner for the City of San Bernardino. And with already in receipt of our state license, we will expedite our grand opening in grand fashion. Thank
Our
you.
next speaker is HC Club, followed by Accessible Options, followed by Uplift LA.
Hello, how you guys doing? Hello, my name is Tony Alvarado. I'm here with David Rojas. We're part of Empire Cannabis Club, and basically over the next couple minutes we're going to talk about our experience. We're going to talk about the operation that we're planning to do, and also what we're planning to do for the community. So I'll start off with the experience that we have relative to this field. We've worked with MedX in Los Angeles for the past 8 years. Over those 8 years, it was a great experience because we were able to learn from the different things that we've gone through. And I think that that's what's most important, is having that experience in this industry. In addition to that, we've also had the opportunity to work with other members on our team that have been in the packaging business, which have dealt with FDA for a number of years. So we have a lot of great experience there. We have our security team that have been owned and operated for the past 10 years, servicing different businesses in the area. And in my particular experience, I've worked in the past 10 years for our business finance. And with business finance, I've worked with over 100 businesses in San Bernardino and probably close to 1,000 in the Inland Empire. Working with these businesses has allowed me to learn from their successes and their failures. And in order to basically be able to run a business in San Bernardino, it's going to take somebody that's going to be financially literate. It's going to take somebody that has experience, and it's going to take somebody that is passionate about giving back to this community. And I'll pass it over to David so you can talk a little bit about our operations. How you guys doing tonight? My name is David Rojas. Plenty of you guys know me. I'm actually local from the city. I've been in the city for the last 26 years. I'm sorry. A little nervous, I'm going to admit that. First time speaking in public, first time speaking about cannabis. What we want to bring, and I'm going to bring heart. I'm not going to show you guys what I wrote down. I'm going to bring straight heart. We are the city. Dead say it. We are the city. I've given back to the city, not just in money. We've given time. We've given blood, sweat, and tears. We've given not just for the last year or so since the applications came out, for the last 5-6 years, we've been fighting for the city. I'm a disadvantaged youth. That's what our main focus is on, is the youth, the people that we need to provide leadership to, the people that we need to provide guidance to, the people that need to learn how to be their own entrepreneurs and not work for somebody in their companies, help build their own dreams. That's what we're here to do. That's what we've done with Empire. We've built the operation based off of the consumer, based off the lowest prices possible. That's why we chose microbusiness, to be able to have our distribution purchased directly from the consumer, or supplier, to supply the price right for the consumer. Like I said, we are the city. We are for it. We've been here. We've showed it. We have R&D for many, many years. There's not much more I can say other than this whole process has been a roller coaster, and we're still riding, straight up. We're still riding. It's all heart. Empire is here to stay, and we are local. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Accessible Options. I'm sorry. Yes, my apologies. Accessible Options, Uplift LA, followed by GYC Real Estate Services.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and distinguished council. We are Accessible Options. My name is Ali Cooper, and I'm here with my operator and partner, Latham Martinez. We are humbled to be here, and we thank you for your service, and we are delighted to have been part of this rigorous process. And we also hope for a continued dialogue as we make the case to be a strong economic partner with the city, make the case to be a strong community partner, and work with key allies to be a force of good in our community. Our partnership group, our ownership group, has a deep track record in cannabis, as evidenced by entitling and operating properties upwards to 1.5 million square feet, all including, which includes all of the license types. That would include retail, delivery, cultivation, as well as distribution. So this is a space that has owners and operators and direct investors. We're heavily invested in running our own operations. Look, we envision being deeply rooted in this community. We believe in the community, and that's why we purchased our property on a block at 151 Northeast Street. We believe in economic revitalization. We do it in every community we operate in, and we intend to do it here in Sacramento, or in San Bernardino. We're doing it in Sacramento as well. I'd also note that when I say we're committed to economic revitalization and committed to workers, it's evidenced by our early engagement with the United Food and Commercial Workers, Local 1167. We've executed a labor peace agreement, and if we are successful here in San Bernardino, we look forward to negotiating a healthy contract with workers that not just provide living wage jobs, but that provide head of household jobs. We are deeply committed to social and economic justice, and that's why we'll continue to work with any community group in San Bernardino to demonstrate our commitment on that level. We're committed to providing not only scholarships and funds, we're also committed to any other sort of policy program the city would like to see that promotes social and economic justice as well. I lastly would like to say that we support, a staff recommendation that would ask the city council leadership and the mayor to expand the number of qualified operators in the city of San Bernardino. We know that today you heard from many good community folk, many good entrepreneurs and business leaders who want to do work in this city. Like those operators, we're committed. We want to do good work in this city, and we ask for your support to do so. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Uplift LA, followed by GWC Real Estate Services.
Good afternoon, Mayor Valdivia and City Council. I'd like to take a moment to recognize the progressive nature of the city of San Bernardino for welcoming the cannabis industry into the city. It is a great honor to have the opportunity to improve the quality of life and serve the community of San Bernardino. Thank you. My name is Ryan Rame. I'm the founder and chief executive officer of Uplift LA. I've been in the cannabis industry now for a few years and previously worked as a chief financial officer for a cannabis company specializing in delivery. The reason I decided to start this company is for love. The love to share knowledge, the love to create opportunities and to facilitate the growth within others while striving to gain knowledge for my own development and growth. The love for helping people find the value in themselves, the love for sharing resources. I believe success is best when it is shared with others. If being an entrepreneur has taught me anything, it's that you never stop learning. The cannabis industry is an industry where people entrust us with their health and rely on us for help. Here at Uplift, we love to provide our service and products as a means to support and enhance the quality of others. And that's precisely why we chose to start a delivery service. We felt there are people that endure restrictive conditions, lack of transportation, proximity to a cannabis business, immobility, medical concerns, and other issues that may render them dependent. Essentially, the cannabis industry has left some abandoned. That is, until we arrive. We are very excited to start this journey. We are excited to integrate the people of San Bernardino. We plan to target the disadvantaged population for hiring, plan the company to be managed and fully staffed by local residents. We will pay everybody above minimum wage, offer health care and retirement plans, and subsidized costs associated with training and educating staff that further increase their employment value. Our goal is to maintain a high degree of social and environmental responsibility. Other than volunteering our time with nonprofits and community establishments, we will allocate funds as direct donations to city empowerment projects. We will have product promotions that when purchased, part of the proceeds go to the city, charity, and the restoration of the San Bernardino National Forest. Giving back will be woven into our business and daily operations. We look forward to the future and sharing our service and experience and in uplifting the people and city. And we hope you are excited as we are in having us. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is GWC Real Estate Services, followed by Cannaporium.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Woodrow Wong, and I'm here on behalf of GW Real Estate Services, which is an applicant for a medium indoor cultivation facility at Lugo Avenue. I grew up in Los Angeles, and my background is in commercial loans and finance. This is Jared Gutierrez. He is a businessman, and he has cultivation experience, and his family and children are residents of San Bernardino County. My wife, Lily, is a businesswoman in the hospitality and real estate development industry from Shanghai, China. And Dan Rowland is our consultant. Dan is helping us with consulting on compliance issues and maintaining high industry standards. For over 3 years, he was the director of cannabis policy for the city of Denver. Here are the ways that I believe we can benefit the community here in San Bernardino City. One, bring in tax revenues. We have a zone appropriate location and have an offtake relationship prepared with a fully permitted distribution company. This means we can start to be able to generate taxable revenues quickly, possibly in 3 to 4 months. Our business has also already been issued a state license and is fully compliant with state requirements. 2, we will adopt a school or an after-school program. 3, we will adopt a park or playground. 4, we will support local charities, some of which we like and support are things like Youth Protection Against Violence and Incarceration, and also Recovery Home, which is the Victory Outreach Program. Of course, there are many other great programs in the city. We will hire locally and, subject to background checks and qualifications, pay them well, and dedicate funds for continued skill development and training. We will work closely with the city PD and also the fire department. It's my hope, we will have an open door policy. It's my hope that we can be a showcase to demonstrate high standards and best practices in safety, compliance, technology, and environmental friendliness and security, bringing professionalism to this business, and as a result, contribute positively to the city's image and economic growth. 8, we will have a community relations liaison, which will work proactively to address any complaints and present any possible problems. This person will engage in open dialogue with the city and our neighbors. We will be hyper compliant. Compliance with city and state laws, rules, and regulations are built into our standard operating procedures, SOPs. And 10, we will have best practices in place for enhanced product safety to keep it away from children and ensure all inventory will be properly packaged, labeled, and tracked. In closing, I've been told an anecdote that about 30 years ago there were concerns as to whether San Manuel would be a benefit or not for San Bernardino. Of course, now they're one of the biggest, not the biggest employer of the city, and an anchor of the city, of this community. I believe this industry can be the same. It'll take time and it'll take work, but together we can do it. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope you consider our application. Thank you.
Mr. Wong, did you forget your glasses?
Mayor, it's funny. 6 days ago, I had to go to the eye doctor. I got astigmatism, and I don't wear glasses. But I just like
you did well. You did.
I know I was doing this.
You did pretty good today.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cannaporium, followed by PTR Management.
Mayor and council members, my name is Paul Tsai. I am a Taiwanese American. Sorry for my accent. I'm the main partner of KP Investments. After graduating from USC, I became a business owner, real estate developer, and successful investors. And we have very strong financial background. I have always brought in the best and successful managers to run my business, and I plan to do the same with the business. I really have a good team behind me. So now I will turn it to my consultant, Christopher.
Honorable Mayor and Council members, thank you. KP Investments / Cannaporium is ready, willing, and able, period, with licensed companies and experiences. So I will not repeat the application and bore you, except that we'll probably change the name Cannaporium later on. I am a consultant, Christopher Kim. All the property and business names are different, owners are the same. The applicants are successful because they always hire honest, smart, and experienced management, including about half of the women are in management. Applicant Paul and Andrew learned this through experience and at Fortune 500 companies. I've been a member of Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee, so I kind of know what you're all going through. It's not easy, and I really do admire you for going through this. To those that don't know the process, what applicants, city council, and city employees did and are doing is really difficult. I know a lot of applicants are confused, angry, unsure, uneasy, etc. However, I am sure this council is considering all possible avenues to be fair. I believe SB can be much better. I believe SB can get multi-million dollars in tax revenues each year. Besides the cannabis business, if you add festival, thus bring in other cities' residents' disposable income to SB, animal shelters can also stay. We are talking about Top Festival. We are talking to Top Festival group like Emerald Cup to bring additional millions in revenue to San Bernardino. We are preparing a proposal for the city. I know it's hard if we get rid of illegal. It's hard to get rid of illegal operations and bad landlords. We believe we can pay 7 figures per year in new tax revenue very easily if this can happen, and that's not including additional nonprofit donation we'll be making. I am sure there are those that are looking to just get rich, and there are those that are trying to grow with the city. We are givers. For example, we have nonprofit organization to help the sick and veterans. We are different. Example, our discipline.
Thank you, Mr. Kim.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is PTR Management, followed by Canis Partners, followed by ABUD and Beyond. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, and staff, for inviting us to speak at tonight's meeting. It's been a long meeting, so I'll keep this brief. I personally attended a study session early in 2015 in this room, and I'm excited to be back here in 2019 with the chance to be awarded a business license. I am Chris Francie, co-owner of PTRE Management. Our dispensary doing business as name is Nourish. We were ranked 6th of 39 overall and in 5th place for retailers. I'd like to share a few important points about our proposal. We plan to have many positive community impacts. For instance, our business has made a local organization pledge of a minimum of $5,000 annually. We will create 12 or more full-time jobs, which include 401k, health, vision, and dental, and we have a commitment to paying living wage. That means the lowest pay in our store will be $18 per hour. Our location is discreetly located away from the main retail thoroughfares. It has ample parking and a separate building entrance than the remainder tenants, and it will not be an eyesore in the community. It's a great location for a dispensary, to be honest. We plan to work with local law enforcement to implement the city's new policy, specifically with regard to public safety. We have a successful track record in having worked with other police departments in this regard. In closing, we're experienced operators with cannabis retail revenues of over $20 million in the last 3 years. One of our 3 owners, Scott Johnson, beside me, is a city resident, and we're excited to be opening a business here. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Canis Partners, followed by ABUD and Beyond, followed by 3P Inc.
How you doing, Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Mayor, honorable members of City Council and City staff, and the public safety leadership here today, I want to thank you for the opportunity to become a vested constituent in the city. I don't normally do the public speaking, but it's a profound moment, and I'll make a valiant attempt. It has been a long journey to get to where we are today, and I applaud Mayor Valdivia and the council for their fortitude to see this through. Blunt Brothers Distribution is a company founded by local entrepreneurs, modeled to be the premier distribution platform in the state. We will be founded in San Bernardino, I'm proud to say so, to help promote local San Bernardino cannabis businesses as we promote any other big brand in this industry, making San Bernardino a hub for the Inland Empire. Our core operating principles and commitment to excellence, we have always been about best practices. We have brought together top executives, a management team, and a plan to be a legacy company. Our commitment to excellence will be shown from day one in keeping the highest standards of operations. Our commitment to the vision for the community, definitely San Bernardino strong. First in, last out, correct? Our local hiring and competitive wages are going to start at $18 an hour at the lowest. We'll be hiring about 18 to 25 employees for our distribution center, supplying over $750,000 in salaries. Our community involvement, whether directly or indirectly through local nonprofits, has already been around for the last couple of years, and we commit to those arrangements. Our employees will be paid for time off to volunteer throughout the city. Our local neighborhood compatibility, located near the freeway. We're tucked away from any really public transit areas. Our loading areas are secured behind a gated area, and our background is in cultivation, so we know how to mitigate odors and any nuisances around. Yeah, I'm pretty easy. Thank you.
Is that it?
Hey, thank you guys for your time, man. You guys had a long day, so you guys have a great day. Thank you so much.
Short and simple and to the point. Our next speaker is Bud and Beyond, 3P, followed by Kelly Blue Skies. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Drew Moss, and on behalf of Bud and Beyond, its two principals, Mr. Jim Dickey and Mr. Rick McCrae, we would like to thank all of you for allowing us this opportunity to highlight a couple of important items from our microbusiness application. To begin with, we want you all to know that Mr. Dickey and Mr. McCrae have pursued this project with the intent to work cooperatively and transparently with the city. They understand that a commercial cannabis permit is a privilege and will take every necessary measure to ensure they are 100% compliant with all laws and regulations. We would like you all to know that Mr. Dickey and Mr. McCrae are not outsiders to the city. They are long-standing members of the San Bernardino business community. Both established businesses in San Bernardino nearly 40 years ago and have made substantial contributions to the city over that time. They have a history of hiring locally for well-paying jobs and will continue to do so. Also, the building we will operate in will not visually change from the outside. As you can see from the picture behind you, they have a Class A industrial building. There will be no visual changes to the outside of the premises, no signs, no barbed wire fencing. There will be no indication to anyone passing by that there is a cannabis business operating inside. The exterior of the building will remain as you see it behind you today. Additionally, our micro-business will not include storefront for retail sales. This will not be a dispensary. It is not a retail location where consumers can pick up products. All retail sales will be ordered online or over the phone and then delivered to verified patients and customers. So to be clear, no consumers will be coming to the facility to purchase products. There will be no access to the public, no foot traffic, no opportunity for anyone other than our employees and verified vendors to enter the facility. This will be a highly secured building, preventing any and all unauthorized entry. Lastly, we would like you all to know that this is not a project that the city has to worry about being underfunded. Mr. Dickey and Mr. McCrae are highly successful businessmen with the means to self-fund the entire project and will not spare any expense on safety or security. No third-party financing or funding is required. Mr. Dickey owns the building, so there will be no leasing issues that will ever arise. This is a project that the city and its residents can be confident is well-funded and has the ownership that prioritizes safety and security first. Also, we have already received our state license and we move quickly to become operational and start generating revenue for the city. In conclusion, Mr. Dickey, Mr. McCrae, and the Bud and Beyond team look forward to working with the city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3P, followed by Kelly Blue Skies, followed by Organic One. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Steven Munoz. My brother Victor and I are applicants of 3P. I am here before you, guaranteeing if selected to be one of the 5 licensed retailers, we will not disappoint this community. And we will be involved as you, the governing body, will allow and direct us to be. In 2006, I was diagnosed with lupus. In short, this disease didn't allow me to function at 100%. Upon months of research and failed clinical trials and losing my health coverage due to my pre-existing condition, I decided to give medical cannabis a shot. Cannabis has changed my life and given me the energy needed to be healthy and productive. It's because of this that my brother and I got into medical marijuana. We have 13 years of operating experience in the legal and regulated capacity under Prop 215. We at 3P believe in providing quality cannabis products to others who may be suffering with health issues like lupus. Rather than break down our application, I want to share what attributes 3P has. First, our operational, safety, security, and environmental impact mitigation plans are comprehensive and were created by professionals. We are also general plan compliant. There will be no mistakes with the intention of our organization when it comes to compliance regulations. Also at 3P, we'll have direct access to anyone on our management team or our government relations coordinator. My goal in San Bernardino is to create jobs, hire local, implement a living wage, train our employees, and give them benefits. With a population of nearly 216,000 residents, we want to give back to nonprofits. And we are currently undergoing the process to establish a Veterans Resource Center that will be open and free to those that are serving and have served our country. We are located off the grid in an industrial part of town. We will soon own our entire facility of 5 acres, made up of 3 buildings totaling 49,000 square feet with 5 10-foot electric gates. We are going to enhance and beautify our hidden gem in Ward 3 by becoming eco-friendly, having drought-tolerant landscaping, updating our water system, and installing solar panels. 3P will be ADA compliant because we value accessibility. Most importantly, we are over 2,000 square feet away from all sensitive uses. To close, 3P wants to be a new partner industry leader in this city. Legitimizing this industry equals an opportunity. My brother and I have helped thousands of people. We love this city. We want to make money for this city and help the residents of this city. 3P has made it thus far, and we are thankful that you will consider us for a license. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cali Blue Skies, followed by Organic One Healing, followed by Ocean Green Management.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I want to thank you for this opportunity to put a face to the applications. My name is Faraz Khatib. I'm the principal owner of Cali Blue Sky. Our location is at 401 West 4th Street, right here.
Sir, can we get the microphone up a little bit? There you are.
Is that better?
There.
All right. Yeah, we received a good ZVL from you, got approved ZVL from you. We also have a temporary state permit for the location. My background, I was raised in the city. I say raised, not grew up, because this city is me. I am this city. All the way up until age 17, until I joined the military. Right after the military, I came back. We started a nonprofit 10 years ago called Veterans Wellness Center. 2 years ago, we were honored to be able to bring it here to the city of San Bernardino, where we work closely with PD in identifying homeless veterans and whatnot. Basically, for us, this application, this entire process, this business, is to be able to grow what we're already doing. We're already out there with the nonprofits. We're already out there doing more for the community, trying to do more. We want to use this as a platform to be able to go further. We're doing everything we can to appease the city, and we're hoping to be one of the applicants that are approved and work closely with the city to improve more and make this city what it should be and where it was. And thank you for your time, and I appreciate whatever decision you guys come up with. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Organic One Healing, followed by Ocean Green Management, and our final one is 14-4.
Okay. Well, hello, Mayor,
council and staff members. My name is Taisha Scott. I am CEO and co-owner of Organic One Healing. I am also an active member of the American Cannabis Nurses Association. I am also an owner of a local logistics company that has been successfully operating in the black for about 90% of its existence. We provide jobs to those who have a hard time gaining employment due to their background and lack of work experience. And I would also like to introduce my co-owner, who is also the CFO.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Adrienne Scipio. I'm the other half of this minority woman-owned business. I am the CFO of Organic One Healing, and I will be managing all of the business finances. I'm currently a member of the community and a local realtor for almost 20 years. I thank you all for the opportunity, and I look forward to a successful business relationship here in the city of San Bernardino. Next, I would like to introduce our VP, Mr. Kirk Smith.
Sorry about that. Hi, City Council, Mr. Mayor. First, I'd like to thank you guys for the opportunity to come before you guys this afternoon. First, as a VP, I have a couple of duties. My main duty will be community relationships. We look forward to partnering with the city and bringing some youth programs. Our focus, which has always been reaching out to inner city youth and seeing what we can do to bring benefits to those youth. As a youth program for over 20-some years, we've gotten over 12 girls scholarships from the inner city, 5 directly from the city of San Bernardino, from Cajon High School. So we look forward to partnering with you guys and bringing up some more youth from the inner city and creating programs to help with them. So I don't want to take up too much of your time. I'd like to bring in Mr. DeWan Scott.
How you guys doing? My name is DeWan Hamilton. My title is Operations Manager for Organic One Healing Collective. First off, I'd like to give thanks to the community, number one, in addition to the mayor and all council members for allowing us the opportunity and even to have this platform to come speak today. Overall, I am also Operations Manager for Supreme One Logistics, which is Mrs. Taisha Scott's original business, which indeed she did say that we have been operating in the black for over 90% of the existence. A few things we like to touch on is, number one, our inner city youth programs, in addition to the safety for our location. We are totally away from everybody of any main community involvement for our schools, cities, and parks and things of that nature is concerned. In addition to that, I'd like to thank you for our time.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Ocean Green Management, followed by 14-4. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is David Baker. I'm here representing Ocean Green Management. This is Nick Horsley. He represents Crop Corporation. It's a publicly traded, fully audited entity. He represents our financial background. And Daniel Kang, who's handing out the lovely documentation for you. He manages all of our retail locations. My name is David Baker. I was born and raised in the Inland Empire. All my family still lives here. I own and operate over 20 licensed cannabis businesses up and down the West Coast with licensed canopy space of over 500,000 square feet. As a company, we take great pride in sourcing the products that we put in our stores. We stock our stores with organic, sustainable, high-quality products, and we look for high-quality manufacturers. In most of our locations, we try to source all those from the local vendors. We try to keep everything as local as humanly possible. It helps create the market. It helps create the other businesses' success as well. I've seen it go the opposite direction in multiple states, and it just doesn't work. You have to keep it local. At our stores, we want all our customers to feel safe. We've created multiple environments where not only is the customer being educated when they're in the store, they feel a sense of relief, and our technology follows them home with the products that they take home. We plan to bring strong economic growth to San Bernardino. All of our store managers, our security, assistant managers, they're all hired locally. We don't outsource it. We don't bring it in. We truly bring it in from the town and the community. Our starting manager wages is well over north of $100,000 a year. Our base starting wage for a bud tender is north of $20 an hour. We pay full medical, full benefits, paid maternity leave, time off, paid sick leave, you name it, we do it. We don't have very much turnover. We've been doing this for a long time. Security-wise, it's been brought up multiple times. We have the utmost respect for law enforcement. That's why we hire them. Everyone that's a security manager for our company is either retired law enforcement or ex-law enforcement or military. All of our team goes for full training for emergencies. We hold monthly safety meetings, retraining sessions monthly, so everybody's on the same page at all times. We have 24-hour security surveillance on all of our cameras at all of our operations. Not only are they monitored internally from our security staff, they're monitored off-site 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. So not only we got one eyes on, we got multiple eyes on it. We've successfully operated that way since 2014 with 0 incidents at any location we operated. We've also created a months of
Thank
giving
you, sir.
program.
Your time is up. Our next speaker is 14-4. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, everybody. I guess I'm the last one, but you know, as they say, the first will be last will be first. A guy even more popular than Einstein said that. His name is Jesus. You guys should check him out. So yeah, I just want to give you a little insight as to who I am and who my group is. My name is Glenn Wilworth. I'm the CEO of 14-4. We're actually doing a DBA of Zana that will be following. My location is going to be a cultivation facility. I am over there on 435 East Park Center Circle, and I came down here to San Bernardino. I'm from Northern California. Don't hold that against me. I was in manufacturing. I came down here in 2010, purchased a building that you're currently looking at. It was a brand new facility. I was the second one in this business park next to Lighthouse for the Blind, who is one of my neighbors. I actually purchased in 2010, and I ran my manufacturing business there until current. And we know that in my line of business, I'm just an entrepreneur. I haven't had a background in the cannabis, but my grandfather told me a long time ago that if you want to make a business profitable and work right, you got to put the right people in place. Therefore, I did such a thing. I actually have my my CCO, which is my Chief Compliance Officer, right next to me. He came from the pharmaceutical manufacturing industry. He spent almost 18 years doing that, Schedule 1 all the way down to everything else. He is very familiar with all of the regulations, and one of the things that we are actually doing in our facility is we're actually managing ourselves far beyond what we are actually being told to do. We are actually regulating ourselves on an FDA level. We will have all of our compliance matching and meeting, and in fact, we plan within 1 year of operations to be ISO certified. Our facility will clearly be state-of-the-art. It will be a zero access facility for anyone except for the wonderful people here who want to come by and check it out. There won't be foot traffic. There won't be any of the things that I've heard some people talk about their concerns with. We will only be cultivation. And one of the things that we have seen with, like, Moreno Valley has offered a bunch of licenses, and they weren't able to follow through with it. We like the setup that you guys had. Actually, we plan on using San Bernardino as our central hub. We have other operations, but this is the one that we plan on sticking to as our central location. And we have wherewithal to actually be up and running and follow through with it. We do have financial backing. My partner comes from a very lucrative business, and we plan on doing good business with the city. Thank you. Appreciate your guys' time, and
thank you.
Hope to be working with you.
All right. Thank you. If we could turn off the mics for us, because we're getting some little reverb going on. That concludes our cannabis permit application portion, and I will then turn it over to our city manager, and we will proceed further.
Do you, Mr. Mayor, would you like to take a couple-minute break?
How about, shall we take a 5-minute break? We'll take a 5-minute break, return to our chairs in 5 minutes or so, and we'll recess. Thank you. We're returning to our meeting tonight. We're waiting for our council members, our city manager, and council to return to their desks as well. Would anybody like to sing in the? Oh no, they're here. Okay. All right. That's House of Cards theme tone for anybody who likes House of Cards.
I'm going to have you talk about discretionary permits first.
All right, Ms. City Manager.
Thank you. We appreciate the break. We do have a couple of procedural things that we wanted to take care of, and then there's some discussion that I think we need to have with the council about some of the questions that were raised, and then we'll actually entertain any questions that the council has. The first thing I think would be helpful is to have our Chief Assistant City Attorney discuss the discretionary permit process, what you're being asked to do this evening, and then she and I will talk about some of the next steps, because I certainly understand we have an audience full of people and they're hoping to walk away this evening with some indication as to whether or not they're approved for cannabis permits, though there's still a process that needs to occur after this, and we just want to make sure that we are in agreement with what that process is. And so we'll start with the discretionary permit process that you're undergoing this evening.
Mayor and council members, Sonia Carvalho, I just want to mention to you part of the process, make sure that we have some things in the record. I was very pleased tonight. We had an attorney speak early on during public comment. That attorney conceded and said to you that this is a discretionary process. So I want to remind everyone that it is a discretionary process. There were disclosures on the application for all the applicants, which said that you retain that discretion to award. The reason I mentioned that to you is because you had some really qualified folks here tonight, and yet you have imposed through your own ordinance adopted by your voters the limitation of 17. So I understand the challenge that you will face, but you retain that discretion, and that's important. I also want to remind you that these applicants were afforded due process rights. We actually have a number of applicants in this process who went through an appeal process, and they were awarded the right to participate tonight, and they were here tonight presenting to you because we provided them with full due process. I've been very careful to ask each and every one of you whether you had any conflicts of interest that might otherwise disqualify you from participating. To my knowledge, and the responses were that you do not have any such qualifications. Although some of you might have had conversations with applicants, that does not create a disqualifying conflict for you. Finally, you had during your public comment a number of people talk about concerns. Most of them were locational concerns, either that you had a proposed use to be located close to what they would consider a sensitive use, like a youth center, or maybe a business that was just growing. We have complied in our recommendations to you by looking at the strict definitions of what a youth center is, but I also want to remind you again that you retain the discretion. You are legislative members, you make policy, and if you should so decide that you want more stringent locational requirements, regardless of how well someone might have scored, if you find that to be compelling, you retain the discretion to make those decisions. So I will be available tonight to answer any questions that you may have, and I'll return it back to your city manager.
There were a variety of issues that were raised. As Stephanie indicated, when we started the process, we walked through a process that was intended to try to do some background investigation so that at the end of the day, and I apologize, at the end of the day you have voluminous records of applications, information that was provided by the applicants, and also a process of going through and trying to evaluate those and providing some rationale for the rankings that you have before you. There was some discussion about the general plan process, though, and the council is aware one of the things that you have directed that we do is to begin the update process of our general plan. You're aware it is last been updated in 2005. There are a number of exceptions that you have made to the general plan. We have areas of the community that are evolving. We've talked a lot about the area along Waterman and the transition of that from what was at one time a single family or multifamily area to now a much more industrialized area, and we have other areas of the community that we've allowed that transition to occur. This evening, once the council makes a determination as to those people that are going to move forward in the process, there are still a variety of steps that will have to be taken. They're not going to walk out of here tonight with a permit, a cannabis permit in hand. There are things like business regulations and others that they will have to comply with before they're actually issued their licenses. During that process, there are a couple that do not have general plan compliance. There were 2 applicants, I believe, that did not meet the current general plan. We will need, if the council is so inclined to issue those permits, we would need to work with those operators because there are ways that they could comply with the general plan requirements for that area based on the percentage of uses in those areas. So if you were to direct that you wanted to consider those because they did score very well in the process, we would still need to work with them to understand what the percentage of business was going to be attributable to certain types of activities, and it may very well be that we'll need to go through some other type zoning process to ultimately have them be in compliance. There was a request about the disclosure of information. We are still investigating that. I will tell you that staff went through those records diligently and tried to redact everything, but we will make contact with those people as we identify where those breaches occurred and work with them individually to address their situations. And then finally, the rankings that you have before you, as the city attorney indicated, it really is a discretionary process. You'll notice that we have a couple of applicants that ranked in the various categories and ranked very high. We would, during your discussion process, just propose that we ask some of those operators what type of permit they actually prefer, because it may very well be that you don't issue permits in all those categories to them at that same location, and that might then give us the ability to issue some additional permits.
Yeah, and the specific thing I'd like to mention on that issue is there are some applicants, you saw similar names, they actually filed for separate permits, they paid their permit fees, and they went through the process. And so if one applicant paid for and filed for 3 permits and they score high and you decide to choose them, you're welcome to do that. We had some situations where an applicant just checked multiple boxes, but they only paid 1 permit fee, and it's our staff recommendation to you that they only be awarded 1 permit. Some of those scored very well, however, and so you may want to ask them if they have a preference. One in particular scored well, who had sought a retail, a cultivation, a manufacturing, and a distribution, scored very well in the 3 categories, so you may want to ask them that.
Which their preference is. That's Organic Orchards. And they are here.
So why don't we do this? Let's let's consider that before the council.
Because that would
And
change then.
we will ask Mr. Alexander, representing Organtix Orchards. We do have some questions for you, sir. So please come to the podium. Ms. City would you kind of frame it up for him and let's.
Sure. They applied for, and again, as Sonia indicated, on their application, they checked multiple boxes. They did score well in the cultivation category, distribution, and manufacturing. Again, we would recommend that where they applied for on different applications, that you honor that. But in this case, there were multiple boxes checked, and we would just request what's your preference in there, because I think that is relevant to the council's discussion.
Sure. Thank you, guys. We appreciate the high scoring. We would choose cultivation if we had only one choice out of the list.
That's helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you. So again, then we would recommend that, given that that's their preference, that you continue to consider them in the cultivation category, and that.
So, Ms. City Manager, for practical purposes, would you kind of help our council
Sure.
to strike out?
Right, we're looking at the this page that has the rankings on them, and so we would keep them in the cultivation category, strike them out from the distribution, and then also strike them out from manufacturing. And then Stephanie will tell me what the next ranked ones, if the council would like us to do that for you.
So, quick question on that, Ms. City Manager. Would we be disqualified from the remaining uses?
At that point, yes, you would.
Okay.
Again, this is really a council decision,
Okay.
but what we're recommending is they consider not giving you permits in all 3 of those categories.
Did we pay for the 4, or did we only pay for the 1 and check multiple boxes?
1.
Oh,
You
okay.
pay for
Understood.
the 1.
Thank you.
Can't do a hybrid?
There's 5 leaves on that plant.
Yeah, good. And do you want to give me what the next one's? Thank you.
Sure. So in regards to the next applicants in line, I can address the manufacturing, distribution, and cultivation. Because we had limited numbers apply in those categories, we actually don't have anybody else to add to those categories now that we have one that has been eliminated. So for manufacturing, we would be left with AMPM Management. Distribution, we would be left with Blunt Brothers. And for cultivation, we have the 3 left in there, 14-4 Accessible Options and GWC Real Estate Services.
They chose cultivation.
Well, considering the fact that there are no other candidates for manufacturing, distribution, Organtix Orchards wanting to do business in this city, and being awarded the top position in both distribution and manufacturing, wouldn't it be prudent upon us to maybe charge that fee, whatever that fee would be?
For 3, yeah.
Why not?
Just to fill the 2 blanks, what you're saying, in other words.
Yes.
So we're crossing
Why?
them out
Why?
so they can.
I'd like to discuss and deliberate with the council on what our best option is.
So one of the recommendations I would make is that we take those kind of issues. Remember, we talked about city manager can write them down so we can have that conversation. So we're going to identify all the issues and kind of where you're heading.
All right, so,
Won't forget
Madam
that.
City Manager, if you take note of Councilman Sanchez on that,
Yes.
I'm sorry, speaking to the microphone, turn your microphone on.
We would support that, Mr. Sanchez. Thank you so much. Thank you.
That needed to be addressed as you then begin your discussions.
All right, very good. So we will, how about this? Do you want to have council members speak, ask questions?
Yep.
And we'll go by ward. We'll observe the 5-minute time limit on each council member, and we'll just kind of go through wards, and we'll start with Councilman Sanchez. Regarding anything you heard tonight, questions, suggestions, comments, what say you, sir?
If I may skip, I want to take a look at a couple of my notes and then come back.
Councilmember Ibarra.
Just some changes I would like to see in microbusiness. I did go through the list of those who had the zoning verification letter approved, and I went through those that are currently in our general plan, the zoning or land use compliant. For microbusiness, though, the ones that either have a denial for ZVL or general plan that says that they're not compliant, if we can cross out Orange Show Cultivators, Nibble This, the Southeast Street, and Abut and Beyond, just because of the location on that one. And we can probably add the next 3 online, which would be Central Avenue, Cannaporium, and ECS, since they were compliant with the general land and general plan.
Okay, so Abut is, I just want verification, is Abut and Beyond, are they, did they have a zoning letter and general plan compliance?
They do have an approved zone verification letter, and they are general plan compliant.
Okay.
And once again, I'm going back to my notes here. I believe on this one, it was the location. One moment.
Was it the location or locations to a sensitive use, the proximity to a sensitive use?
To the youth, to the, was it a youth center or the gymnastics center?
Same thing.
Yeah. And I think there's a boxing location there too.
And then again, just to clarify, Councilmember Ibarra, and then add the next 3 ranked to that list.
Well, I don't want to do that until we have consensus from the council.
No, I understand,
Yeah,
but
okay.
that was her
But that would be my
Yeah.
That's your recommendation. So I'm putting those in that list
right.
that we are going to come back and the council will have a policy discussion as to whether you want to disqualify people
Right.
for not having general plan compliance.
And then if you just want to go to the next.
Yes, if the council as a whole decides that you want to disqualify people on this list for non-compliant general plan, after you hear from your staff, then you can take the vote to do that, and we'll remove their name and bring the others back up onto the list. And if you want to have a conversation about the sensitivity, the location sensitivity, I would ask that you take a vote and that you articulate on the record why you're doing that. Okay?
Councilman Shorett.
I have a couple of things here. Number one, I want to
One moment, if we could get the time, the city clerk.
Oh, come on. You know me, I'll be quick. Reset it. Number one, there was a request by Pure Dispensary up in retail that had apparently missed the box, wanted delivery, thinking they were thinking for distribution, and the staff asked them to bring back a proposal for that, and I understand that was done, and it was brought back. So if that can be either, I don't know if it can be eliminate delivery and replace it with distribution or what, but that would be a consideration that I'd want to look at on that item.
If I may, I can clarify on that situation. What happened was...
You're taking my time. You'll clarify later. Thank you. And with all due respect. And with the Orange Show cultivators, I could probably live with that as well because they're going to be available, they're going to have the retail business up above. Okay, and then I would support the Bud and Beyond being dropped off of that micro business because of the proximity to the youth gym, youth center, whatever. And I think that we're solid on that with Health and Safety Code 11353.1. It's also same wording as in our municipal code, our city ordinance, I mean. And then that would leave a spot to move, actually two, if Orange Show came out, and I would support the next micro business in line, which would be AM/PM, as the next highest score in that category, to move up into one of those categories. Huh?
Yeah. Is that all of your issues?
I think it is, yeah, and then we put
We want to make
organic
sure
back
that
in.
staff also verifies that AM/PM has the zoning verification letter, so to qualify for that move up.
I think their only thing was that there was a little lower score by about 2 points from the next one up.
We will come back once
Okay.
we go with the policy discussions, then.
I'd really recommend that you have your policy discussions drive where you're placing people and then to go back, because if you're going to make the policy decision that you do not want people on here who are not general plan compliant, and you're going to remove some of these, then anyone who might move up that list might not move up if they're also not general plan compliant.
But they've got
That's what we're trying to be consistent. So, but we haven't taken that vote yet, and that's why I don't want to move anyone up or down.
Okay, Fred.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilman Nichol.
I will pass for now.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you. First, I just want to make a comment to everybody that's been here since 3:30. I commend you guys for waiting it out, especially since I've been here since 2:30, and I really want to go home, but I know this is very important to our community. But I see that there's a lot of people out here that are really concerned for our community. And I thank and appreciate you guys for wanting to do business with the city of San Bernardino. So with that being said, I know there's a lot of things that we talk about, but we want to make sure that we do everything correct and by the book. And so when we talk about people that were not general plan compliant and some of the other things that we have going on, I always like to rely on the city attorneys to make sure they keep me out of trouble. I don't like to go to jail. So one of the things that I say that, I feel for the youth center, I really want to make that choice to say, hey, we don't want to put a dispensary or whichever category that is. Some of those that are out of compliance, that don't have the general plan compliance, if you didn't do that, we say no to you too. But I'm going to go ahead and pass. and we're going to rely on, we're going to deal with the policy part first, and then we'll move into the other things. But please understand, it's about policy and not about because we don't want you to do it here, or we don't want you to do it there. I'm really concerned about the orange show, around Inland Center. There's a lot, but we have to deal with policy. So thank all of you guys.
Councilman Mulville.
Thank you. Just wanted to get the ZVL zoning verification letter. So something has been denied a zoning verification letter, that means that the zoning is Stephanie?
I will actually defer to Elizabeth on this one.
That means that they didn't meet the locational requirements stipulated within the subsection 5.10-5 of being near certain locations, such as public schools, residential uses, residential zones, a youth center, commercial daycare center.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass for now when we get back to that discussion.
Sure. Councilman Shorett's recognized for the balance of his time.
Well, just for a minute, I failed to thank all of you for what you've done and going through this and coming here and putting up with this whole process. It's been a real experience for all of you. I'm sure some of you sound like you've done this before. It's the first time for us. And I want to really particularly thank staff and recognize staff. And I've heard from people that worked with staff and said that they did really just a really marvelous job under the circumstances with a brand new issue here. So thank you very much. Yeah. So I just would be remiss if I didn't make that remark.
Okay. We have made our, anyone else? Mr. Sanchez.
Yes, and this is something that kind of drew my ears up. Central Avenue Nursery brought up the fact that we wouldn't, none of us would be here today if it wasn't for the litigation that they pressed in repealing Measure O. I do think that is a community benefit, and so I'd like to review under the community benefits their score of 252 out of 300, and again that's for a discussion.
Okay.
Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember Ibarra.
Also for Central Avenue, we scored them pretty low on local, and I know they live and work in the city of San Bernardino. So that's something that we should also look into, their scoring. Once again, this is for the local enterprise. So somebody who lives and works in the city should be scoring higher than what they were given, which was...
Again, I'm going to strongly recommend that we not get into those details yet, because if you make a policy decision based on what I just heard from staff, Central Nursery, for example, was ranked 18 on this list for a micro business. If you make the policy decision that you're going to disqualify based on the locational criteria next to the sensitive use and or the general plan, they're going to move up on that list. So I'd strongly recommend that we go through this process, because we may not have to get into those details because of the way that they're doing the rankings. You understand what I'm saying?
I'm just questioning the scoring that happened. And
Okay. Well,
I know this person for a fact lives and works in this city.
They ranked number 18 out of all of these. If there are others that are going to come off the list, then they will have scored well, because they're going to score within the 17. Do you understand that? Okay.
Councilman Sanchez, are you? Okay, all right.
We can have the conversation. I just wanted to take this in steps. Yeah.
Councilman Nickel.
Yeah, I would, I suppose we should do this as a motion, but I would like to make the motion that we exclude the two micro businesses that are not consistent with the general plan, that would allow us to then consider perhaps considering some of the micro businesses that ranked elsewhere.
Can you name for us what are the inconsistent
the two that I see are Orange Show Cultivators and Nibble This LLC, located at 1181 South E Street.
We do this two motions?
Or, excuse me,
Yeah.
yes.
Is to disqualify.
Hold on, Ms. City Attorney. I'm sorry, it's yes what on nibble this? Which
Okay,
suffix?
so my understanding is the nibble this location at 1181 Southeast Street is not compliant with the general plan.
And
Is
so
that
your
correct?
suggestion is to strike that
To
from,
strike that one, and then also strike Orange Show Cultivators under micro business located at 764 South Inland Center Drive. And that would release two.
for what purpose, Mr. Nickel? Again?
For non-compliance with the general plan.
Non-compliance with the general plan.
So maybe take them as separate motions?
So that's a motion.
To strike anyone for non-compliance with the general plan?
They're both non-compliant, right? So they're both, yeah.
Yes.
We can do them together, I would
Yes.
say. Okay. So that will be my motion, to strike those two for non-compliance with the general plan.
That's Councilman Nichols' motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there a discussion on the proposed motion made by Councilman Nickel, seconded by our Mayor Pro Tem? Discussion points? All right, should we register or roll
Take
call
the
vote?
Yeah.
Members?
If you're prepared to take,
I'm prepared. Either way.
For roll call?
Yeah.
take a roll call. Just-
Okay. The motion is to exclude Orange Show Cultivators and Nibble This LLC micro businesses because they are not consistent with the general plan, allowing consideration of others on the list. The motion was made by Mr.
To
Nibble.
clarify, nibble this, only the location at
Right.
1181 Southeast Street.
Right.
So any operators that are not compliant with the general plan?
Do you want it to say any operators not, or just the micro business operators?
I would say any. In fairness, it should be any operators that are not consistent
Okay.
with the general
And
plan.
we know it's those two.
Okay.
Correct.
For micro business, we also have another,
And if we can just
And the distribution,
clarify
yeah.
that
And
for
do you wanna do the
the
distribution
remaining
one, too?
categories?
right.
So the distribution would be for non-compliance on,
Blunt Brothers is non-compliant.
not according to this. Now, this one says yes, it is compliant. Or wait a minute, for Blunt Brothers for micro
May I
business?
suggest that maybe for the moment, we just take the motion that was on the floor, and then we can come back and identify the others that are non-general plan compliant?
Okay, Madam City Clerk, would you read the motion made by Councilman Nickel?
Exclude any businesses not consistent with the general plan? No, you want the original one. Okay, exclude Orange Show Cultivators and Nibble This at 1181,
Blunt Brothers says yes online.
because they're not consistent with the general plan, allowing consideration of others on the list. And it was seconded by Ms. Richard. You ready for a vote? Mr.
Yes.
Sanchez?
Yes.
Ms. Ibarra?
Yes.
Mr. Shorett?
Yes.
Mr. Nickel?
Yes.
Ms. Richard?
Yes.
Is he looking at it to vote on or something?
And Mr. Mulvihill? Yes. The item passes 6-0. So to follow up on that policy decision, the next decision for you to look at is, would you like to disqualify any others, which we have one category, my understanding? Staff is confirming. If we have any others on the list that are non-general plan compliant, would you like us to disqualify them from appearing on this list?
And
Can we know who they are?
And we want to clarify, I think we found a typo in.
What categories?
Let us have just 1 second. Because that's wrong. So distribution is. We just want to check zoning on something, the general plan on something. I know, but if you look at another chart, it says no. Yeah, let us just check. We're checking the general plan right now. We can come back to if you want to. Councilmember Nickel, though, there's 2 sheets that have that same information on it, and there's a discrepancy on one.
While staff is researching that, we'll go to our next item.
The next policy question would be on the issue of sensitive uses to your otherwise youth centers. And that would impact on your list a Bud and Beyond, which is under micro business.
Yes. Is she checking
to remove that from the list due to the proximity to the youth center.
Councilman Nichol.
Is that the motion on the motion? Do we have a second?
No, there's no second.
Okay, I don't have a second. Oh, we have a second from Councilman Mulvihill. Discussion?
Yeah, I do have a question.
Go ahead.
What is the definition of a youth center?
Okay, we're going to let, are you prepared to deal with that? There is a state definition, a state law definition of a youth center. We also, in our ordinance, said that we would use the state law definition. When our staff issued the zoning letters, a determination was made that this particular use, the gym, and I think there was a martial arts center in the other situation, did not strictly meet that definition. So therefore, really what you would be saying is whether you want to expand that definition for purposes of today, and he can explain to you what that is if you'd like him to.
Do you have the definition handy? Because I do.
Yes. So, well, let's call it technical difficulties. I could tell you what the definition is, sir. Okay.
Let's let our city attorney. Please.
Sir,
It's right out of the.
If I can just do a brief introduction, if I may, to highlight the key points, because the definition that's found in the Health and Safety Code for a youth center is not a clear objective standard. The definition of a youth center is a location, a place that is primarily used to host youth activities, and then it goes off to list a number of them. From talking with our staff, I understood that they took that definition, primarily used, and did their best to find objective standards that they could then apply across the board. Looking at covenants, whether that may run with the land, so there might be some restriction to youth use in the future. Looking to the programs to determine if there's any other exclusivity for youth. So taking that term, primarily used to host a youth activity, the staff worked to find some standards that they could then apply across the board. And that's how they came to determine that the gymnasium, the martial arts center in this case, do not constitute a youth center.
Is it because it lacks a covenant on the, or some sort of encumbrance on the property?
Yes. Yes. I would defer to staff on the particulars of that.
Staff members, if we have a question.
So again, we attempted to use things that were objective in terms of our ability then to interpret that within our own codes, recognizing that there may be modifications to that. It was not as excluded under your ordinance, but certainly in what was prepared by and approved by the voters, but it is certainly something that you could consider as a requirement that you want to impose at this point because of the concerns with that. But it was not an automatic removal, like you indicated.
It wasn't as clear. I mean, we know that under the state definition, a youth center, schools, preschool centers. I think what was, I'm looking at staff who made this determination, looking to ask, could you maybe help articulate why you did not deem these locations to be youth centers?
Yes, that's correct. So when looking into the definition, we looked into the whether they would require any type of entitlement process, and as well, not only looking at the entitlement process, we've also we looked at whether there was any age limitations in terms of whether they would be able to allow groups that were over a certain age of 18 in this case, so that at that point we made the determination that because they are permitted by right, they are allowed to be there, there is no age limitation, then we didn't consider them to fall under youth centers.
I mean, how often is any sort of youth? Sorry, may I? How often is?
Well, hold on, Councilman Sanchez. Councilman Shorett, you're
Yeah,
recognized.
Health and Safety Code, it's 11353.1, and it's subsection, I'm finding it here, and it says youth center means any public or private facility that is primarily used to host recreational or social activities for minors, including but not limited to private youth membership organizations or clubs, social service teenage facilities, video arcades, or similar amusement parks. We've got a business that's been in business there for, I think she said 10 years, serving 550 youth 7 days a week. And I think I made a note, she quoted that she's serving from 18 months to 18 years. If that isn't a youth center, then I don't know what a youth center is. So with that, I would make a motion that my motion stands.
I'll second that motion.
Well, we already have a second.
Oh, okay. All right.
Councilman Sanchez, your question.
It's been answered.
Thank you. Are we ready to vote? Are there any discussion points from council members? If the clerk would read the motion, please. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you. So if we say that this is something that we're going to vote against, that we don't because of the youth center, then we have to do it the same for residential and everything else that is out of compliance?
It is a discretionary permit. So no, I think you can articulate, we are more concerned about, about the youth
center.
and the,
Okay.
because,
Right.
Okay, if there's no discussion points, our city clerk will read the motion, and we will cast our vote on that motion.
Motion by Mr. Shorett, second by Mr. Mulvihill, to remove Above and Beyond from the list of microbusinesses because of proximity to the youth center.
Members would be roll called on it.
All right.
It's been seconded by Councilman Mulvihill, correct?
Yes, it was.
Very good.
Mr. Sanchez?
Yes.
Ms. Ibarra?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Shorett? Mr. Nichol?
No.
Ms. Richard? Mr. Mulvihill?
Yes.
The item passes 5-1 with Mr. Nichol voting no.
I'd like to remind the council that you also had another speaker who mentioned a youth martial arts, and staff will look to see.
to see which one that affects, and then you want to.
It actually affects the same property. And that one, and it also affects the cultivation 14-4 as well on Hillcrest. So these youth centers are close to those two.
So we should deal with the youth center. I mean, so I think we should, we need to determine, does that also then apply the same concerns about location and the impact on the youth and the community? Would the same argument apply to the martial arts studio as well? And again, that would be something you would need to provide direction on.
So just so we state it clearly, your policy decision to decide that the gym is a youth center, if you're going to apply that consistently to the martial arts or any other location, for example, then we will advise you on which other businesses here who were ranked would be implicated by that. And
yes. And it's 14-4.
No, the Hillcrest is Med Products.
Yeah, I don't know.
I
We're
would-
just confirming which ones.
I would just like to clarify, the martial arts studio is next to 199 West Hillcrest.
What's the applicant name?
Med Products.
Give us a suffix, please, of the number.
15.
So it's in micro business.
No, it's application number 15. They are not listed in the top 17.
It's a moot point.
Stephanie, I think the question that's being asked is if they apply this decision across the board, are there any people that are ranked or near to be ranked that would be impacted? I did hear Councilmember Ibarra suggest that 14-4 was impacted, but I'm not aware of what those facts are.
No, so I was looking at my notes, sorry about that. So we had Maria Lozano here speaking. She has innovative care, and it's care for elderly. I don't know if that
That's not
would
youth
fall.
center.
It won't, okay. So that would have affected 14.4, so it doesn't affect them anymore. Thank you.
We had a research question from Councilman Nichol that
Yes.
was staff, so let's go back to that item. What has staff uncovered?
We have determined that there's an error in one of your sheets, and I think it's easier if I point it out. You have two sheets, big ones like this. You have one where colors are separated, and then one colors are bunched. If you look at Blunt Brothers, under the one where you have the colors where we've attempted to combine them, and it reflects that they do have zoning and land use compatibility, it says yes, it's actually no. This page is correct. And that's why, so this page, when you see Blunt Brothers, it's correct. No, they are not compliant. This one is incorrect where it says they are compliant.
So,
Not
give me
compliant,
the
why?
simple version. So, we need to mark up our,
You need to mark up, yes.
hold on, hold your comments, council members. So, let's clearly, we'll receive direction from our city manager on distribution CCB 18-0042, the
Correct.
column, general plan, land use compliant, marked yes, is
Should-
really no.
Correct.
Is that right, Ms. City Manager?
That's correct.
And Ms. City Manager, can we just explain that for the record so it's
And
clear
so,
on the record as to why?
hold on, Ms.
it's
City
not?
Attorney, hold on. So if council members could please annotate your sheet
Yes.
upon the direction of our city manager, that should be reflected as a no,
That is
that are
correct.
not compliant.
They are not general plan
Now,
compliant.
Ms. City Attorney, please.
I'm sorry for that. I just want to make sure that because of the mistake, I want to make sure we're on the record. Can we please have staff clarify why they're not compliant?
So the reason why we're requesting the change is because there is an error in the record. One of the documents that was provided to the city council reflects that this business is general plan, land use compliant. This is not compliant with the city's general plan as proposed.
And why?
It is not compliant because it is a distribution, and distribution is not permitted within the commercial zones.
Thank you. So we would therefore, if you wanted to remove Blunt Brothers for the policy decision that is not compliant with the general plan, we would need to make a motion to do that.
Is there a motion to that effect?
In order, yes, I'll make that motion.
May I ask a question? If it,
Sir, are you representing Blunt Brothers?
yes. If it doesn't go into the commercial zone, where would it go?
It would be permitted within the industrial zone.
Thank you.
Mr. Sanchez, you're recognized, sir.
As a matter of consistency, we've disqualified certain candidates based on not being compliant with the general plan. Is that correct? As a matter of consistency, then we would not be able to accept this application. So I make the motion that we apply this rule in this case.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
By Councilman Shorett. Discussion on the motion made by Councilman Sanchez. Councilman Nichol.
Was the applicant aware that they were not compliant with the general plan?
No one here is. First time we're hearing about it.
If it's ZVL approved, but then not compliant with the general plan, is a bit misleading to say the least.
Yeah, and that's my concern. When I hear zone verification, my assumption, yeah, I under.
Sir,
Well, yeah, if I may, explain to me quickly, what is a zoning verification letter?
And it probably should have been titled differently. It was really intended to determine whether or not the application was consistent with some of the sensitive use buffers that the council established in the ordinance.
So it was an ordinance verification letter.
Yes, locational standards that are contained in the
When I hear zoning verification and I see that it's been approved, I assume that they were approved in that they were in an appropriate zone.
Yes.
I have some real concerns now because I think that I'd like to reconsider my vote on the prior motion, and I think I seconded that. I don't know if I made that motion or seconded that because now I'm confused, and that really worries me because we have folks in this room that have put in a lot of money, and it should not be confusing. It should not be ambiguous.
Mr. Nickel, hold on. We're going to ask the audience, please, to refrain from applauding and cheering and booing. We're trying to conduct our city council business, so please, if the audience would refrain from expressing you've had your turn. So, Councilman Nickel.
I would like to put forward a motion to reconsider the prior motion, if I may. I would like to put forward a motion to reconsider the prior motion that excluded those both nibble and orange show cultivators for lack of being consistent with the general plan. I will make that motion reconsider.
Okay, let's kind of deal with some traffic here. We have a motion from Councilman Sanchez. It was seconded by Councilman Shorett. So we're on discussion point. I understand where you're going, Mr. Nickel. I appreciate that. Let's deal with the motion on the floor. We can work with your motion in just a few seconds here. Do we have any discussion points on the motion by Councilman Nickel? I'm sorry, Councilman Sanchez, and seconded by Shorett. And are there any discussion points on that matter? Would you like to rescind or reconsider your
Make a comment.
Sure.
I don't know if this can be part of the motion, so correct me, but the motion is to eliminate Blunt Brothers from distribution.
For consistency.
Right?
Right. The motion was to eliminate Blunt Brothers so that you could be consistent with the prior motion, which eliminated Orange Show and Nibble This at the East Street location.
And I seconded that. And that, with Organic Orchards gone and Blunt Brothers gone, we have no distribution, correct? And we did have an applicant that wanted distribution, that applied for it, that if I can include that in the motion, no? Okay.
At this point, I'd recommend
Okay.
that you make consistent policy decisions,
All right.
well-decided policy decisions, because
If I may.
we don't want to be disqualifying people. We simply do not want it to be actual or to even appear that you're disqualifying people so that you can get to people that are lower ranked. That would be not what we want to do. We want to keep this at the very high level of policy. So the motion on the floor is, do you want to eliminate Blunt Brothers solely because they're non-general fund compliant? I think to be consistent. I think one of the discussion points that was raised as you consider that, because I do think it is a valid point that is being made, is that these applicants were told that they were zoning compliant. In the zoning world, that means something. It usually means that you're zoning compliant and general plan compliant. That's what it usually means to a planner.
And here we separated them, and we see how it can be confusing.
Some of these people received a zoning letter. Okay.
So if I may, I do think that we are kind of doing this haphazard and we're patching up some and others. I think the council right now needs to seriously discuss whether we will disqualify or not disqualify any candidates for their lack of compliance with the general plan. That is a discussion we need to have and then vote on that.
Yes.
Can we do that?
Yes.
So if the person who made the motion on Blunt Brothers would rescind their motion, we could then go to Mr. Nichols' motion to reconsider.
So the motion has failed.
Then we can go to the reconsideration motion and put that question back on the
Councilman
table.
Nickel, if you'd restate the motion.
I would like to reconsider the prior vote on exclusion of all applicants that were not consistent with our general plan.
I will second for discussion. Oh, okay.
I think it would be fair just to do it generally for all.
All right. So there's a motion by Councilman Nickel, a second by Councilman Sanchez. Are there discussion points? Either one. Are there discussion points on the motion?
Just want to know who it impacts on this list. Oh, okay.
Well, hold on.
I say that, you're funny, I mean, yes, you have to know who it impacts, but
Well,
I want you to make a
because we
policy
voted,
decision.
the reason I'm asking is I'm not asking, other than to know that I struck out Orange show,
would-
and nibble,
You would put orange show and
and
nibble
put those
back
back
on.
in.
Yes,
That's
you
all
would.
that's
Correct.
the clarification
Yes,
I
okay,
want.
I understand, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, you have a question?
I just have a question on this form, right? When it comes to, when you look in the column and it says approved or denied, and you go all the way down to the bottom, it says denied, and then it says approved, and there's 2 asterisks next to it. Does that mean that that person is now approved?
That is correct. So
Okay.
there was a subsequent ZVL applied for after changes had been made in businesses in the surrounding area, which then put them in approved status.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there any discussion points on this?
I do.
Councilmember.
Okay, so we're going to rescind Orange Show and nibble this simply because Blunt Brothers was not notified that they were not complying with their general plan?
No, I think we recognize that we were dealing with locational standards, and we titled something, although, we did deal with general plan and zoning, but we realized that there potentially is some confusion. I think the other major issue to remember here is, once we get to the point where we're having the discussions with these potential operators about their business, there are times when, under our current zoning laws, they can operate there fine, because depending on percentage of their business activity related to a particular type of use, it may not implicate general plan issues. And so we feel comfortable that the council, can make this decision, and we can still ensure that we are consistent with the general plan based on the operation of the actual business.
Okay, so I want to,
Correct. So I understand that. However, the reason this came about was because we have, so everybody knows, we have 2 sheets with everybody's names, whether you had the ZVL, where you were approved or denied, and if you fell under the general plan. There was a clerical error, and you're saying we had a correct, for Blunt Brothers, there was a clerical error on both lists,
Go ahead.
correct?
No, that's not correct.
That is where this
No.
came from.
Let me
So-
go back, and I'm going to go really slow, and I know it's confusing, and I'm going to take you through this.
Right.
This whole discussion has been whether you're going to disqualify someone because they don't have general plan consistency. That's what the discussion is about. We identified through this conversation 3. The 3 that were identified were Orange Show, Nibble This on East Street, and Blunt Brothers. What we subsequently learned is that for the 3 of them, they had all received approvals, what are called the zoning verification. All 3 of those businesses received a yes on zoning verification. And in the land use world, when you get a zoning verification, pretty much is saying if you're compliant in the zone, you're compliant in general plan. So we have people who relied upon that representation. I think that caused Councilmember Nichols to raise that issue. I would like to just clarify for factual purposes, with respect to Blunt Brothers, when you look here, they received a zoning letter. In one place, it said they were not not general plan compliant, but they subsequently came in and asked for that, and they became general plan compliant for Blunt Brothers. Maybe because other uses around them, maybe that was the reason, but I see the asterisk, Stephanie. I'm just trying to be consistent. Yes.
Okay.
For the other 2, for Orange Show and for Nibble This on East Street, they received a zoning letter. So it's up to this city council to decide, are you going to disqualify someone who's in the right zone? Because clearly they're in the right zone. They're just not general plan compliant.
Okay, well, I personally would like more time to review this information then and have our staff brief us on their phases, on how they scored and how they reviewed the application so that we know, because I'm going based on what I was provided of what was done prior, and now I'm being told, sorry, they only got the ZVL letter, and even though they're not in the general plan compliant, then we're going to approve them. So that's where I'm coming from as a council person. I didn't get my binders until Tuesday lunchtime. They were misplaced. So for everybody who's here, 7,000 pages worth to review in 2 days is overwhelming for us. And I would like to see if we can make a motion perhaps of taking what we have received. We have received additional documentation from our speakers today. We can review this along with everything else that we have, because we're just going back and forth now.
I would like to call the question on my motion.
motion made by Mr. Nichols, seconded by Mr. Mulvihill, to reconsider the prior motion that excluded all applicants not consistent with the general plan. Mr. Sanchez.
And this is to rescind our earlier motion. Yes.
To reconsider the prior motion. So yes.
Yes.
Ms. Ibarra?
Yes.
Mr. Shorett?
Yes.
Mr. Nichol?
Yes.
Ms. Richard?
Yes.
Mr. Mulvihill? Yes. The item passes 6-0.
Okay, so that now allows us to strike that and now discuss the new policy direction. City manager, provide some guidance for our council here.
Sure. Although now I'm confused. No, I'm not.
Can I ask a clarifying
Yes,
question?
you can.
So just to be clear, we did vote on the definition of what a youth center is. So we have now excluded a Bud and Beyond as a micro business applicant.
Correct.
So we now have one open position potentially under micro business.
That is correct.
Okay. I would like to move that we approve the next, and let me clarify as well, the next micro business approved from my list would be number 17, AM/PM Management. My concern is, did they submit two separate applications, paid two separate fees?
I think they did.
Or was it one fee and they checked two boxes?
They submitted two separate applications.
Okay, so AM/PM Management then would be the next micro business under consideration, taking the place of a Bud and Beyond based on the new definition.
Yes, but I'd also like to make sure that their general plan, that they don't have any of those types of problems.
And we just, and actually there's CVL is denied.
Okay, if their ZVL was denied, then I would recommend moving to the next. Micro business approved, which was number 18, Central Avenue Nursery LLC. I will make a motion to add Central Avenue Nursery LLC to the now vacant micro business position.
And they meet both zoning and
Correct.
the general plan. Okay.
So there's a motion by Councilman Nichol, with a second by Councilman Mulvihill to add Central Avenue Nursery under micro business, and that's up for discussion now. Councilman Shorett.
Thank you. The AM/PM would have been the next one on the list, as you mentioned. And they are in an area that has, I believe, there's 10 non-conforming homes. That they've supplied affidavits, letters here stating that those people that live in that area, it's one little row along, I think that's 18th Street or something like that, 21st Street. Is that right? Well, whatever. And it's generally, it's by the Home Depot. It's a very commercial area, Frontier TV or whatever is down in that area. It's the old GTE telephone area down there. It's off the freeway. The fact that these people have indicated, and they've made a big effort to reach out to the people that are in the area, and they will be doing. They have been approved for manufacturing in that same location. It would seem to me that we could move them into that position, Mr. Nichol, if you consider that.
Yeah, how about if we address this as a zoning issue? So do you want us, as a policy, to allow or exclude non-conforming uses from our analysis in determining whether the location is appropriate? Yeah.
No, see, I think the reason we need for you to make policy decisions before you make those types of arguments is this. We denied a lot of people for not having a zoning letter. So if you want to go
But
through,
what
and I want to
about-
go to Ms.
what about
Ibarra's
mitigation?
questions. I want to go to Ms. Ibarra's issue. If this council wants to go now and head in that direction, which is you want to look at every way that an applicant was reviewed, and you want to second guess the criteria that was used, and you want to make sure, we can do that. We're going to be here another 15, 20 hours, and we can do that. That's your policy prerogative. But if not, then I think you need to make a decision. Do you want to allow businesses who don't have a zoning letter? Yes or no?
So let's kind of recap here to keep our audience engaged. We have a motion, and we're talking to the point of the motion on the floor. That's to add Central Avenue Nursery. There's been a second by Councilman Mulvihill. Let's speak to the point of that issue.
Which does meet both the zoning and the.
I would like to call the question.
All right. Madam City Clerk, if you would please read the motion for us, and then we'll do a roll call vote on that motion.
The motion was to add Central Avenue nurseries to the micro business category. Mr. Sanchez?
Yes.
Ms. Ibarra?
Yes.
Mr. Shorett?
No.
Mr. Nickel?
Yes.
Ms. Richard?
Yes.
Mr. Mulvihill?
Yes.
The item passes 5-1 with Mr. Shorett voting no.
All right, Ms. City Manager.
The next item, if we could go back to Councilmember Sanchez's, and I'm just going through the issues that all of you raised, and we said we were going to park for the appropriate time. The suggestion that Organtix Orchards, given the potential implications that they be allowed to maintain or consider giving them permits in manufacturing, distribution, and cultivation.
So I'd like to call them back up. They had expressed that they were willing to choose just one. There is now the question made by Councilman Sanchez regarding the matter. And so,
because ultimately then, you wouldn't be filling up all the potential permits. Yeah.
So because your ordinance approved by the voters said that you could issue a maximum of 17, because not enough people applied in those categories, I believe the motion that was, or the suggestion was,
Why not?
why not?
Yeah.
That we will have 17 permits, or you can just go with 15 permits. That's completely up to you.
the other issue is whether or not they paid for all the application fees. So that's something that we should consider.
Yes.
Yeah, because we would want.
So
them
let's
to-
allow the Organtix Orchards, please, to address the issue. What say you, sir?
Yes, we would gladly pay all the fees necessary for the manufacturing, along with the
Apply for state
cultivation.
permits. Can we ask if you apply, have you already applied for state permits for each of these categories?
I'm not sure.
Not for this location, I don't believe.
But he can apply. They can apply.
We can apply.
Councilman Mulvihill,
We can
hold-
still
hold on.
apply.
Councilman Mulvihill.
How much would they owe if they didn't put down the money for the application, so how much didn't they pay? I guess,
I think it's about $4,000 each application,
Each application's about
Mayor.
$4,000, so they'd owe us probably about
$8,000.
yeah, about
Mayor.
8,000.
If I may.
Councilman Mulvihill, do you have any other questions? No. Okay, all right, sir.
We would be very appreciative if we could pay that fee.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes, so I'm counting the list of the top ranked, and that would make, if we do allow them to pay for the other two permits, that would make 18 on the list, not 17. Yeah.
The fourth one actually came off on the cultivation, just so you know. That had come off. That was.
Okay, so 17, sorry.
No problem.
Councilmember Ibarra, you done?
I'm done.
Thank you. Councilman Shorett?
Yeah, we did have, as I say, somebody that qualified in the retail area that thought they were requesting
Just having, so that everybody knows, the conversation that we're having is, the rules say that you can have a maximum of 17 and only a maximum of 5 in each category. Because you did not have up to 5 apply in these categories, that's why you're considering adding them here. And in the cultivation category, it was staff's recommendation that you award to 3 instead of 4, because the way the numbers were coming out, you would have had 18, and it was staff's recommendation to remove the 4th one on cultivation. Don't have to do that, that was just the recommendation.
No, I haven't started yet. They were having a sidebar.
All right. Councilman Shorett.
Thank you. I was just going to comment that I'd like clarification on Pure dispensaries who clearly said they had turned in an application for distribution because they were asked to. They apparently made a mistake checking the box for delivery, thinking that was going to be distribution. And I don't know if they turned in an application for that, or if they paid the fee for that, or what. They've qualified for the retail. There is room now for there to be another distribution, and I would like to move that slot be given to Pure for distribution.
Yes, but in order to make
And
that
I'm
conclusion,
sure they'd
you've got
be
to
happy
address
to-
the first question that was on the table.
Well, I'm sure they'd be happy to pay the fee too. There's probably a whole bunch of people out here say, "Oh, I'll pay more fees."
I understand that, but you got to make decisions, and then you can make the next decision. So
All
you
right,
got to make,
so-
right? I mean, so the question right now is, you have 2 applicants, Organics and Pure, depending.
For distribution.
For distribution, who did not originally actually apply for them. They did in your case, but just, yeah, right, and what? Organics. No, we're talking about cultivation. I'm sorry, got.
We're talking about distribution.
Okay, well, they were talking about cultivation earlier for organics, that's why I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm getting concerned that we're now getting into, we're now getting away from a policy question. Now we're getting into awarding certain people certain licenses. My issue is we either have a policy or we don't. And the policy is you get one, you pay one fee, you get to choose one category. And if it ends up that we have an extra license at the end of the night tonight, well, then we open up a new process. Because I'll be honest, there's a lot of good applicants in here, and I'd like to see some of you guys come back. Because I personally think 17 is kind of an arbitrary number. It's sort of my personal opinion, but I think it sort of is in some ways. And especially when we're looking at manufacturing, distribution, and cultivation where we have less than 5 licenses, why don't we consider filling up some of those buckets? I mean, what I'm saying is let's come up with some policy here. What we're doing now is, I think we're picking applicants, and that to me is dangerous. And I don't think we should be doing that here tonight. So I'd make a motion that we go ahead, we approve the 16 that we now have on the list, excluding Organtix Orchards for the 2 that they chose not to go forward with. So they will move forward with cultivation. They could potentially apply again in the next, if we choose to do another round, it's a policy decision. Well, my understanding is, well, let's see, so we'd have, under cultivation, we would have 4. Okay, under distribution, we would have 1. Right, GWC comes back in, okay? So we have 4 for cultivation, we have 1 for distribution, which would be Blunt Brothers. We have 1 for manufacturing, which is AMPM Management. For micro business, we then have Orange Show, Nibble This, Soca, and Central. And then retail, we have Empire Connect, Pure Dispensaries, Have a Heart, Jiva, and PTRE. So my motion will be to move forward, approve those 16, and we'll just have one license remaining unawarded this evening, and we'll come back and consider what the next round would be.
Second.
I did not hear, did you include Central Avenue Nurseries?
Yes, yes, I did.
Central.
Yes.
And the only other thing that I would ask, Mr. Mayor, is we just want to go through and make sure, since you've made some policy, expressed some real strong policy interests in making sure that people have general plan consistency and zoning consistency, we just want to go through our records one last time and make sure that the ones that you're, because again, you've made a strong
But
statement.
they're not doing general plan consistency, they're just saying
Zoning approval. So we just want to check the zoning approval.
For those 16.
For those,
That's fine.
Those 16.
I'm okay with that.
Okay,
Just because we, again, want to double check our record.
Okay.
Yeah. So if that's the motion, if you want to take that motion, we'll have her double check.
So my concern is, we have the applicant for Organtix Orchards here. As I understand, Mr. Councilman Nickel, then Organtix Orchard would be removed from manufacturing and distribution, kept in cultivation.
Yeah.
I'd like for them to address that matter. I mean, they were called up here for it, so.
Okay, so I want to go back, and if I may, Mayor, the reason they were called back up, however, is that earlier on, you'd made a policy discussion that when people applied for a permit, they could only choose one category. And so we asked them to choose, they chose cultivation.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez said, hey, I'd like to maybe have a discussion of whether people who chose multiple categories where they're not filled up, should we add them? So that's what we're
Was
discussing.
that motion ever seconded?
It was
It
not,
was
as
not.
far as I know.
By
Correct.
Councilman Sanchez?
That's right. And so
Okay.
that's why staying with the previous decision is why Organtix is only in cultivation right now.
Okay.
Unless
All
you want to
right.
open up that conversation again, they're only in
Well, no,
cultivation.
a good timeline review. So there's a motion by Councilman Nickel, seconded by Councilman Mulvihill.
Call the question.
Are there discussion points on that final matter?
Call the question.
If you,
I'm not sure.
turn your mic on if you,
You know what, this is a difficult decision to make. I do. I do believe that we're trying to afford every opportunity possible to businesses who want to invest in our city, and the idea that, some of the paperwork wasn't done right. We can see here that some of the work that we were supposed to do wasn't done right on our end. Our guiding principle here should be what benefits the city, and is any sort of impact that's affecting the city, is it outweighed by the benefits coming in? I do believe that Organic Orchards coming in, and I would also like to know what other applicants had applied to either manufacturing or distribution through one application. How many else are out there? There are a bunch? Do we know?
Let's not say that. Let's make sure that staff, could you tell us how many total applied in the manufacturing category?
In manufacturing, there were only 2 applications.
That's right. Thank you. That's why I wanted to get that clarification on the record. There weren't a bunch. There were 2 in
And then
manufacturing.
for distribution?
2 as well.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question briefly? Is the question at hand whether we applied or not for those categories, or if there was a confusion on our end if we paid the fees? Because I think we very clearly had
Yes.
confusion
So
on
I think the
fees.
clarification for the council, if I'd like to address the council, the clarification for the council is that people were asked to apply for a permit. They could check multiple boxes. This process started, it's been very fluid, as you know. There've been change in state regulations. Some people didn't just choose lots of boxes, they actually filed multiple permits. You had no rule against filing multiple permits. So Organtix chose multiple boxes, and the question for this council is, if you didn't apply for multiple permits, should you be given multiple permits or not? That's just the question for you. And that's, should you allow someone tonight to apply for multiple permits? That's a question for you, and you need to answer that. And if the answer is no, then we asked Organtix to choose one, and that's what they've done tonight.
There's a motion on the floor.
Yeah, but we've
I
applied.
would like to call the question,
We've
please.
applied for those categories, so just simply.
The-
One permit among those categories.
Yeah. Turn your mic off.
It's not, you applied for one permit among multiple categories, and the council's motion right now is to award you one. We asked you which one you wanted, and you told us you wanted cultivation. Would you like to reconsider that?
Yes, we'd like to, I mentioned earlier, we
Well,
do
choose
a
another
hybrid.
one, because there's openings.
Well, let me,
Well, not openings in retail, I'm saying there's just openings.
but we applied under the
Right.
understanding that we were, we could get it.
I have one last question, and that would be it.
We're willing to pay the fee.
No, well, that's not the, you applied for one permit. The council's considering giving you one permit tonight. You earlier mentioned that you wanted the cultivation permit, and that's what the motion is on the floor. We're giving you the courtesy to ask if you'd like to reconsider that.
Sure, I think we stick with cultivation
Thank you.
with the understanding that we misunderstood and thought we could apply for multiple at one time. If it's a fee discussion, we're happy to make that work, and if there.
No one else was confused about that. I think it would be very unfair to the process to allow that.
Councilman Sanchez.
On those check boxes, did it say choose one, how did that appear?
There was only
Why
two
was there like-
applicants that checked multiple boxes. They were one, and the other one was accessible options. Accessible options like this one checked retail. That's why it wasn't an issue for accessible, but they were the only two out of how many applicants total?
Out of 42.
Out of 42 applicants, they were the only two that checked multiple boxes rather than applying for multiple permits.
And I would just recommend on a going forward basis for the next round, we make it very clear to the applicants. If you're going to check multiple boxes, you're going to pay multiple application fees, period. It's pretty simple. I would like to call the question of the motion that I have on the floor, please.
The Mayor Pro Tem has a question. You're recognized, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. So when are we going to do another round? That's my question. I mean, because after all of this, then we hear another round. When are we going to do another round? This is the way I'm looking at it. And I'm trying to be fair to everybody. They're here. Nobody else applied. They said they made a mistake about checking all the boxes. There was nothing there that told them that how they had to do it, one way or the other. There was no clear instruction. So what I say is, we're opening it back up. We have these 2 slots available. I don't see why we don't give it. Nobody else applied.
The question would be, if others knew that was the possibility, will they apply?
There's a lot of people that will apply, but they were there, and they did it by the deadline. And so now we're opening it up again for more people to apply when they were in fact met the deadline. Whether they knew to check the box or whether they didn't, there was no clear instruction.
Well, then you would have to do that for accessible options as well, and it really begins to open up. I understand the argument. I'm not advocating one way or another. This is a policy decision for the council to consider. But I believe that the most defensible decisions we make tonight are in fairness, and that all applicants feel they've been treated fairly. And I think other applicants that are here tonight would feel like they were treated unfairly if you allowed that.
All right, let's call for the question. I think, Madam City Clerk, would you please read the motion?
Approve the 16 on the list, excluding organic orchards from manufacturing and distribution, leaving one unawarded license. And it was made by Mr. Nickel, seconded by Mr. Mulvihill.
And you forgot to add just that you had added central nursery.
We replaced.
You replaced. Correct.
And we wanted we have now checked all the zoning verification letters. There is an issue with AMPM management about their zoning verification letter, if you want to describe that.
Sure. I'm sorry, Sonia, I don't understand what you were saying about the motion.
The motion was to approve 16 applicants, or 16 permits, right? Including central nursery. In the micro business.
Including.
In that category, and excluding Above and Beyond.
Gotcha.
And what's the one category that's left with one application? Manufacturing and distribution.
It would be manufacturing and distribution, right?
You can have up to 5, so this is 16. You could do a 17th in manufacturing, distribution, or cultivation. You do not have eligible candidates for manufacturing or distribution.
This one, they would.
Right, and in cultivation, how many applicants did we have?
In cultivation, we have 4.
So you only have 16, but you don't have an additional applicant to
Right.
fill in one of those three categories,
that's-
unless you were to, allow these multiple
I
permits.
say, I have a motion on the floor to address that, please. I'd like to consider my
Mr.
motion.
Mayor?
We
Mr.
just
Mayor?
want to ensure that the city clerk has the matter.
Approve the 16 permits on the list, including Central Avenue Nursery, and excluding Organic Orchards from the manufacturing and distribution, leaving one unawarded license.
Right, can I say something really quickly?
Oh, I'm sorry. Excluding Organic Orchard and Above and Beyond?
Central Nurseries.
Right.
Are members clear on the motion? And if so, we'll call the roll.
Okay. Mr. Sanchez?
Yes.
Ms. Ibarra?
Yes.
Mr. Shorett?
Yes.
Mr. Nichol?
Yes.
Ms. Richard? Yes. Mr. Mulvihill? Yes. The item passes 6-0.
Mr. Mayor, may I say something very quickly? I'm with Above and Beyond. We had our zoning verification letter, which we
Hold
relied
on,
on
sir.
to this point.
Hold on,
Okay.
just a minute.
Sorry. Well, okay. Okay, well, that's up to you if you want to let him talk about it.
But we also-
But we do have, we're being consistent. Staff has just notified me that item under the manufacturing, AM/PM management does not have a zoning verification letter.
Why would we move forward? Why did you take all our money if you're going to kick us off the board right now? We would have made.
Ma'am, you're, all right, so, Ms. City Manager, what are our next steps?
So we asked for an opportunity to go back because you made some policy decisions about zoning clearance letters being very significant to you and consistency with the general plan. So we checked everything just to make sure AM/PM management does not have zoning clearance, and maybe Elizabeth or Stephanie can explain the reason that. Yeah. Go ahead.
And let me, guys, before you do that, I do want to explain one thing. If you look at your overall rankings, the question that was posed from the audience, because I believe in being fair and letting you understand, why were they there? The overall ranking for that business was 24. There was a reason why it was probably 24, and it was not like these others. Others that were ranked in the top 17 all had zoning verification letters.
Yes.
They all had zoning verification letters. They may not have had the general plan. They all had, the truth is they all had zoning verification letters, or they've been disqualified.
Okay, Ms. City Manager, if you would, what are our next steps and
You can only issue 5 businesses, you can only issue 5 for micro businesses, so if you were number 17, you don't make the cut, because you can only issue 5.
And we're talking about the manufacturing.
Next one after, before Central?
Yes.
And they were the next one in line, and they were disqualified, why? No.
For clarification, AM/PM has 2 applications in. One was ranked 17th, one was ranked 24th. The one ranked 24th for manufacturing has a zoning verification letter that was denied.
So it's the manufacturing.
There was residential uses within the 600 buffer.
With respect to number 17, they also, can you clarify that, on this list, were non-compliant.
I need some clarification. Did we vote on a requirement that they have a zoning verification letter approved? We didn't vote on that, so why are we considering that? We just approved 16.
We're just making sure that you.
I understand that, but this was not asked for by the council. We voted on approving 16. I say we move forward with those 16 now. If we have an issue on voting verification letters, we'll take it up in the next round. But I'll be honest, I'm just going to be blunt. This was a messy process, folks, and I apologize for that, okay? I apologize to each and every one of you in this room. This was the first time we've done this, and I think tonight we got to a process that I think we've clarified some items that we need to make sure going forward we clarify and we correct. I'm satisfied tonight that we have an equitable outcome given the circumstances. Clearly there's some issues we got to get fixed. We're going to fix them, folks, and I would ask you, please come back. I want to see you all here again because I want to make sure that we can get you like I say, there's some good folks in this room tonight, and I think I'd like to see you doing business in our city. So let's get on the road to getting a second round put together.
I'd like to clarify.
Get the shortcomings fixed and move forward.
If I can clarify that there was an additional staff recommendation to you this evening in the presentation, which was the City Council has the legal authority under the ordinance approved by the voters to increase your businesses from 17 to some number, and you have the legal authority to add additional numbers in each of the categories should you do that. And so if you so desire, you would need to give staff direction to begin that process or to leave things as they are.
Quick comment.
Okay, we're approaching, we have conducted some business tonight, and we have taken our votes.
Through the chair, just one quick comment.
We're wrapping up our comments. I'll recognize council members for a minute, and we'll go down. If any closing statements from our council members, let's wrap it up in a minute or less, please, and starting with Councilman Sanchez, and we'll just scroll down.
Nothing, just I appreciate the patience of all the applicants.
Councilmember Ibarra.
Thank you for all that you've done. It was a long process. We're trying to move this forward, and we do have one open, and we hope one of you guys take that application. Thank you.
Councilman Shorett.
Thank you, and I agree with my colleague Henry Nickel. We do need a second round of this. We need to look at this again, and so many people that are all in competition with each other said, we need more businesses in this town. I mean, competition is good, and so I will be supportive of going forward and trying to expand this. It'd be good to have these 16 going and see how they go. But let's deal with some more issues, some more applications quickly to fill up the categories that we didn't fill, and to maybe add some of the micro and the retail, particularly. I don't know, but I support more applications and more permits.
Councilman Nickel, recognized for 1 minute, sir.
Yeah, I would like to request an update on the status of these applications that were approved tonight. Ideally, no later than the second meeting in April. And I would also like to include in that item consideration of increasing the number of licenses that we permit above the 17 that is currently required.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I believe you stated earlier there's another phase to this. Everybody has to come compliant. They have to do what they need to do to get their business started, and I think...
If we could please refrain from speaking in our chambers, please. We're still conducting business. We ask for your respect. Mayor Pro Tem, you're recognized for the balance.
So I think that if we can do that, and if there are businesses that fall off or people that fall off, we can pull the next person up. Is that possible? So this is not grained in stone. There's things that could happen for, if somebody doesn't comply, there's room and there for people to advance, and also with what Henry said. So there's other opportunities. Thank you.
Councilman
thank
Mulvihill.
everybody.
I just want to thank the 16 successful applicants. I just want to welcome you to the city of San Bernardino, and it's been a tough process, needless to say. It's been a long process, and I want to thank the staff again. You've been working on this for months, and let's adjourn this. I think we reset.
Final comment, city manager, final comment.
We will bring the report back. The other thing that I think would be helpful for us to bring back to you, there are things that we have noticed There are things that we recognize need to be changed. I think we'll come back to you with a recommendation about some of those things that we've learned and how we might change that so that if you authorize us that night to engage in another round of applications, we have a much better process going forward.
Thank you. This meeting is adjourned.